Good morning, everyone. If I could have your attention, please. Okay, I think it's showtime. Are you all ready? All right. Okay. If everyone could take their seats, we'll get started. Also, if you would, please silence your phones. We would appreciate that greatly. And I think we're ready to start. So my name is Jennifer Nazarenko, and I am the Director for Outreach and Communications for the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. It's absolutely fantastic to be in Sacramento. If anybody's been watching the weather, it's a lot warmer here than it is in Washington, D.C., so thank you very much for that. Okay. Today we have a color guard from Sacramento State. So if you are able, please stand for posting of the colors and the national anthem. Thank you. Please take your seats. And we apologize for that slight glitch. Hopefully that will be the only one for today. So, we're here this morning to provide you an update on our efforts to recover and account for your loved ones that were lost during our nation's conflicts. We have more than 90 government officials here today to support you. They'll provide briefings on our efforts, answer your questions, and meet with you to discuss your loved ones' cases. Some of you may have attended one of these meetings in the past. We were last in Sacramento in 2015, and we met with 270 family members. 146 of them were first-timers. In comparison, today we have over 387 first-time family members attending. So thank you very much. If this is your first time to attend a family update, would you please raise your hands? Wow. Also, if you're a military member or a veteran, and if you're able, would you please stand and be recognized? Thank you very much for your service. Today we're making history with this family update. This is the largest family update in history. We began these in 1995, and they've grown tremendously over the last 30 years. We also have a very special event planned today. We'll unveil the 2025 National POW MIA Recognition Day poster. And this is the first time in history that we have unveiled this poster during a family update. It's also the first time in history that a Gold Star daughter has actually designed the poster for us. Today's agenda is up on the screen, and there's also a copy of the agenda in the folders that you were provided as you checked in. Inside the folder, you have a copy of the briefings that we'll present today, along with a survey form. We've also provided hard copies of the survey forms on the tables, but there's also a QR code on the table if you would prefer to do the survey online. The hard copy surveys will be collected at the end of the day, and we truly appreciate your feedback on our meeting. There's also a registration form in your folders. If you would, please fill that out and provide it to your service casualty office. It would be greatly appreciated. We have a special guest with us today, Mr. Matcham from Senator Adam Schiff's office. Sir, if you're in the room, if you could please stand and be recognized. Thank you. We also have a video from Congressman Barra, and if you could play that video, we'd appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Congressman Ami Barra of Sacramento County. I want to thank the Department of Defense, POW, and MIA accounting program for meeting with families here in Sacramento today. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person, but it's incredibly important for us to constantly make sure we look for all the men and women who may be missing in action. We need to find closure. We need to do everything that we can to help these families account for their loved ones. I've personally witnessed the Department of Defense when I was in Southeast Asia in Laos as they were looking for folks that were lost in the Vietnam War. Again, thank you to the Department of Defense for hosting this family event and giving the families an update on what they're seeing. Be well, and let's bring everyone home.
The support that we get from Congress is unmatched, and we could not do our mission without them, so we do sincerely appreciate their support. By now, you should have also met your service casualty officers. They're the folks that you've been talking to on the phone and or emailing to get ready for this update. They're your advocates, and they are also the ones that interface with the U.S. government. So if you have any questions, they either can answer them for you or they know the right people to turn to get the answers. If you have a case review, would you please kind of just watch the time, and when it's time, just get up and quietly walk out of the room. Okay. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you to my boss and the Principal Deputy Director for the Defense POW/MIA Accounting Agency, Mrs. Fern Sumter Winbush. She was appointed in 2015 as a member of the Senior Executive Service, and she's responsible for leading the agency in formulating policy, overseeing business development, and increasing outreach initiatives to achieve the agency's goal of providing families and the nation with the fullest possible accounting of missing personnel from past conflicts. You'll find a more complete bio in your booklets, in the agenda booklet. At this time, Mrs. Sumter Winbush.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to not stand behind the podium, which is almost as tall as I am, so that I can make eye contact and you all can see my facial expressions and know just how sincere I am, as well as our team is going to be with you today as we talk about this mission set and what we're doing to account for your loved ones. Go to the first slide, please. Not only is this mission a sacred obligation, but it's a moral imperative. In addition, those of us who serve in this mission space, meaning accounting for those who have gone missing from the World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, and the Cold War, we live the warrior ethos every single day, whether we are serving in uniform or whether we are civilians, sometimes even on Saturdays. This mission set was started well before DPAA was created. But in 2015, then Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel decided to combine all of the organizations into a single agency responsible for this accounting mission. Congress put our mission set in law. It's specifically in 10 USC 1501, and it talks about a single agency led by a civilian with the responsibility to account, as well as communicate with the families, stakeholders, and the external community, as well as build individual case files for all of the missing, and then lastly, enter into public-private partnerships. Now, with the number of unaccounted for that we have, that we're dealing with, you can never build an agency large enough to get after those numbers. And so in an effort to increase our abilities, we have a number of partners, and later you're going to hear Mr. Rocky Gillette, who leads our Partnership and Innovation Directorate. He's going to talk about that, so I'm not going to steal his thunder. Now, I talked about Secretary Hagel establishing this agency back in 2015, and how we have lived every single day the warrior ethos. But to give you a clear picture of really what that looks like, I want to take a pause for about 9 minutes and show you our agency video. It will give you a feeling for just what it's like to be serving, not just in DPAA, but serving the families. I often tell our teammates that we exist, the agency exists because there are unaccounted for, right? There are men and women who gave their ultimate all. But we serve the families because you are the ones that are still here. You are relying on us because we're the only ones that are doing this mission. We continue to put mission first. We're not going to accept defeat. We will never quit, and we're never going to leave a comrade behind. I'm going to show you what that looks like. Run the video, please.
We write no last chapters. We close no books. We put away no final memories. An end to America's involvement in Vietnam cannot come before we have achieved the fullest possible accounting of those missing in action.
Why keep searching? The answer is simple. You never leave a fallen American behind. The mission of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, is to provide the fullest possible accounting for our missing personnel to their families and their nation. Strategically located in Arlington, Virginia, with major facilities at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Hawaii, and Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, the more than 600-person defense agency is jointly manned by soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and Department of Defense civilians with specialized skills. Researching, recovering, identifying, and ultimately returning an individual to their family begins with analysis and investigation. The DPAA experts begin the search by studying all known information regarding the circumstances of each loss. Historians and analysts gather information from U.S. veterans, foreign witnesses, archival records, and other sources. They then create a case file for each unaccounted for American. This file may include historical records, official correspondence, maps, photographs, daily activity logs, and medical and personnel records of the missing person. These files are continually updated until an identification is made.
Once the research has been done here, and we get the command's approval, we send out small teams. It could be up to 2 people, it could be a 10-person team, conducting interviews at a villager's house, at a district office, or in a combination of going to the site first and then conducting the interviews on site.
Once all available information is analyzed, a decision can be made to disinter individuals buried as unknown or conduct field investigations. During a typical investigation mission, personnel interview potential witnesses, conduct on-site reconnaissance, and survey terrain for safety and logistical concerns. Teams also try to generate new leads that may result in future recoveries. The main goal of the investigation is to obtain enough information to correlate or connect a particular site with one or more missing Americans. If enough on-site evidence is found, the site will be recommended for recovery and excavation. Recovery sites range in size from a few square meters, such as in individual burials, to areas larger than football fields for aircraft crashes. DPAA may hire as many as 100 local workers to help with the excavation process.
This job has so many benefits. For me personally, it's an opportunity to serve the country, but also our fighting forces and kind of contribute to that as well. Professionally, it's just an incredible challenge to get to work in all the countries where we work, to travel to these amazing sites, to work with the local villagers and local officials, and just have the opportunity to give somebody some answers after decades of waiting to know what happened to their loved one, and maybe just wrestling with the grief that lack of information and lack of answers brings. We have the chance to resolve that for them, and that's just an incredible opportunity.
Investigative and recovery missions in search of missing Americans take DPAA personnel to distant, remote, and often dangerous locations all over the globe. Rice paddies in Southeast Asia, areas on the Korean Peninsula, 16,000-foot mountaintops in the Himalayas, and underwater sites off the coast of Papua New Guinea. And we still continue to search the battlefields of World War II throughout Europe. After a successful recovery, all evidence is then transported to the DPAA laboratories. Once they've arrived in the lab, the painstaking process of identification begins. This is the final step of the mission, leading to the return of an individual. In many of the cases, an important step in the identification process is DNA analysis, which is accomplished by cutting a bone sample that is sent to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. One of the challenges DPAA faces today is the lack of reference samples from family members of those still unaccounted for. Any person who is a relative of an unaccounted for American is encouraged to contact their service casualty office to ensure there is a DNA reference sample on file for that service member. DPAA makes an identification when all available evidence remains. Artifacts and historical documents point to the same person. The ID process can take anywhere from a few months to several years to complete. Any unresolved cases are kept open with the hope that new evidence will be found, or new technologies will be developed to make a future identification possible. Once an American has been identified, there remains a return to their family through their respective service casualty office. They are returned home with full military honors and given the respect they earned through their service and sacrifice for their country.
Oh, as a family member, this agency, to me, is doing phenomenal work, and in a very personal way, because when somebody loses somebody like my father, and you really don't know what the story is for 70 years, and then you find an agency that knows about him and keeps his memory alive, keeps the mission alive to try to find him. It's very meaningful in a very personal way, because it means you're not just doing this yourself alone. You have a whole body of people who are concerned about finding your dad and bringing him home.
That says something about how we honor our dead, particularly those who have served this nation. I'm very grateful to all of the DPAA and related agencies, and the military in general, as they've pursued this in our government, and for our citizens, because they think it's an important enough mission to continue. And the way we value life, and very few nations, I don't think any other nation to this degree does this.
Which, makes me proud to be an American.
I just wanted to yell openly to everybody out there, he's home, he's home. I couldn't believe it. And when I went up and touched his name, I thought, you're home, you're home. It's unbelievable. I'm glad I live in the United States of America and that we have this attitude. Leave no man behind. We're so fortunate. I want you to know, and I know from my own experience, that if something's happened to you, we will be looking for you.
The men and women of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency are united in their effort to recover and return as many of our missing personnel as possible. One more patriot return, one more family that now has answers. One more step in fulfilling our nation's promise.
That agency video never gets old for me personally, because it really tells a story about how we go about doing what we do. What I want to take a moment right now before I forget is to reinforce something that was mentioned, and that was the importance of family reference samples. Simple cheek swab. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you will hear more about it today. We have a couple of briefings that will touch on it. If you also don't know what I'm talking about, then please find the Armed Forces Medical Examiner DNA identification table that's out here in the lobby. Stop by so that they can check to see if you are a viable candidate to provide FRS DNA, because we can't make an identification unless we have something to compare it to. And so for many of the unaccounted for, we don't have the proper family reference samples on file. And so this is one way that we work to collect them. So please, you're going to hear it multiple times. Please stop by the table and confirm. And even if you've given DNA before, please stop by just in case the team needs to expand that family tree just a bit. Okay, so this particular mission is global and generational. I noticed that there were some young people in the room earlier. That is critically important. We need third, fourth, and even fifth generation families to stay on top of their loved one's loss. We don't forget, right? We have all of the records, but it's critically important that you stay on top of it so that A, the story can continue to be told, but then two, when you get that phone call or when your subsequent relatives get that phone call, they don't hang up on us like many people do, because they don't know this mission exists. They don't believe that we're still searching for their great uncle, father, or whatever from World War II. And so we've got to keep all of the families involved. So the generational piece is really key for us. The numbers that you see up there, they're daunting. Over 81,000 are still unaccounted for from World War II forward. Of that 81,000, a little over 38,000 are, we believe, are recoverable. And the reason why that number is different is because many of the losses were due to either deep sea, and we won't be able to dive those depths, or they were the result of high-speed aircraft crashes, and the remains were completely destroyed. But of those 39,000, again, you could never build an agency large enough to handle all of those numbers. One of the things that Congress charged DPAA with was building the capability and the capacity to account for at least 200 individuals a year. Prior to 2015, those numbers were embarrassing low. When we stood up in 2015, we were at about 90-something identifications for that year. Over the years, we continued to build, and by 2017, we actually were able to prove that we had the capability and the capacity to do 200 identifications. And in 2017, we actually identified 201, but we accounted for 186, I think it was. Now, I want to explain the difference between the number of IDs and the number of accounted for, because that's a very important point. The same amount of effort goes towards making identifications. The one thing that we can't control is when we identify additional portions meaning someone was accounted for with DNA before, and now we have found more of him. Or there's an incident where there was a group burial, and for whatever reason, we identified one individual out of that. Maybe we had a bone in the laboratory where we were able to make an accounting. We don't double count the numbers, so we will not tell you we made 200 plus IDs. That's important because that lets you know that we are actually putting a lot of effort, but what we want to report is all of the new accounted for personnel. In 2014, we accounted for 172. Talk a lot about numbers, but just remember, 172 families got the phone call or will get the phone call. One day that could be you. Don't give up hope. Some of those families did, many of them didn't, but they never expected that they would get a call in 2014 that we found their loved one. Also, when I talk about the capability and capacity, I also want to mention how much we have grown with regards to making identifications. So it's going all the way back to 2015, and the staff loved when I asked this question because I made them go back and dig out all these statistics for me because I think it's important that you know. From 2015 forward, we identified about 2,100, I think 2,146. So from 2015 to the present, 2,146, that's not too bad, averaging a little over 200 a year. Of those completely identified individuals, the new accounting was 1,606. So I explained to you the difference between the number of IDs with the number of newly accounted for. And so the difference were individuals, like I mentioned earlier, that were either additional portions or previously accounted for before. So this mission is moving forward. If you are brand new, this is your first family member update, you're going to get a lot of information. I mean, it's going to be information overload. So it would behoove you not only to take notes and then, ask questions because we're going to have a Q&A, but then when you get back home, decompress, take a look at your notes, but then stay in contact with your service casualty office. And then also follow us on our webpage. We're on Facebook as well, Instagram, LinkedIn, so that you can stay in contact with us and how we're executing this mission. In addition to the families and Congress, we also have veterans organizations that support us as well. They keep us going, they keep us encouraged. Many of them, especially those who were part of the Vietnam War, have actually given us clues and evidence. Some of them have actually gone on missions with us. And so between the families, Congress, the veterans, and the public, general public, we get a lot of support. And so I just want to personally and formally thank you on behalf of our director, Mr. Kelly McKay. Thank you so much for everything that you do to stay in contact with us and to help us out with this mission set. Let's go to the next slide, please. So for FY 2024, these are all of the locations that we plan to conduct operations. We will be in 33 countries and or territories. Did I say 2024? I'm sorry, 2025. Mission set for 2025, 33 territories and countries. We have relations with we have relationships with 46 countries, which is why we are able to get into all of these locations. We're able to get into locations where a lot of the Department of Defense and other organizations aren't allowed to travel. Like, for instance, China. I'm going to talk about that on the next slide, so I won't give you the details here. But at the end of the day, we set up our operations plan 2 years out, and so we make sure that not only that permits are set in place, contact with the different ministries of the organizations in the host countries where we need to operate, and then we set our operational plan in motion. Right now, today, we have 10 missions ongoing, both investigation and recovery, with DPAA personnel as well as partners. Today, we're in Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines. The sun never sets on us. especially when we are deployed, except for December when we take a break over the holidays. You know, I talked earlier about the accounting, and what I didn't mention was the impact of COVID. COVID was a big drain on our mission set, and so we weren't able to conduct as many missions as we would like, nor were we able to make as many identifications as we were planning. But because of the relationships with those host nations, especially, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Vietnam. Vietnam has helped us with our recovery and investigations for decades. When COVID hit, the Vietnamese continued to do recoveries on our sites, and they recovered remains, and we made IDs. So that's the type of strong partner nation relationships that we've established and that we continue to rely upon. Let's go to the next slide, please. And I'm going to pick it up because we got a lot of stuff planned today. Okay, so 2025 is a year of commemorations. There are a lot of them. I'm not going to go through them all. I'm sure there are plenty of history buffs in here, and if I get it wrong, I'll embarrass myself, so I won't go down in detail, but I'll start with the 40 years of cooperation with Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. We have been conducting field operations in those countries for the last 40 years. Vietnam War remains our #1 priority, and that's largely because that's the war that we have the most information on. But as well, the remains that we're getting out of Vietnam, they could fit in the palm of your hand. That's because the soil there is very acidic, and so we're not getting a lot of remains. And so we are executing that particular part of our mission set as quickly and as effectively as we possibly can, to the point where we also have partners working that mission as well. With Korea, we have enjoyed an awesome relationship with South Korea. North Korea, not so much. In South Korea, they have an organization called the Ministry of Defense Agency for KIA Recovery and Identification, MACRI. You might hear that term a lot later. MACRI has helped us not only recover, but they've also made sure that in South Korea, whenever there is construction going on and remains are found, they will take control of those remains, and our forensic scientists will travel to South Korea to help do a field forensic review to make sure that they're American. And so it's relationships like that with those host nations that we rely upon. Now with North Korea, you know, we had been in great communication with them up until about 2019 when they stopped answering the phone. We actually were one of the only organizations in DOD that had the authority to call the Korea People's Army. Unfortunately, they stopped answering. However, in 2018, we and the families received a gift. North Korea turned over 55 boxes of remains. That picture is in the center. You see Dr. Bird, who was our lab director, kneeling in front of one of them. In those 55 boxes were not 55 people. There were over 250 individuals represented. That's because the boxes were commingled. To date, we've identified 97 Americans out of there, so way more than 55, and we're ecstatic about that. We still got some ways to go. And we've returned to South Korea 90. So there were some commingling of US and South Korea remains in those boxes, as you would expect. And then, excuse me, in the Indo-Pacific region, we have enjoyed great cooperation with Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Palau. However, shortly after COVID hit, Kiribati, which is where the Tarawa conflict happened, where over 1,000 Marines fell, that mission has pretty much stopped. We have not been allowed back in. And that was actually a partner mission being executed by one of our partners. We were making great progress on the Tarawa project. And unfortunately now it has stopped. But we keep trying, right? Every year we contact the government to try to see if they will let us back in. I talked a little bit about the cooperation with China. which might be surprising to some of you, especially if you're brand new to this mission set. We were surprised in early 2023 when Chinese president contacted our president and said, that organization that recovers remains, are they going to come back? Well, remember I mentioned earlier, we plan our missions 2 years out. Well, when a leader of a country says, when are you coming back? You don't say, we haven't planned for that. We'll see you in 2 years. Instead, we lifted and shifted our teams, went into China. We've conducted 3 missions since there, recovered remains, and we're making IDs. So those are some families who were probably told, we know your loved one is lost near the North Korean border in China. Chances are we won't be able to recover that individual. And so how about that? That's pretty awesome. So those families are going to get if they haven't already, get that phone call. And then, of course, there's Russia. No cooperation since 2020. We used to have a detachment there, but then when all of the U.S., well, not all, most of the U.S. personnel were told to leave the embassy, U.S. embassy there, our team detachment had to close as well. We had been in contact, though, with archival contractors that still help us get information, but it's not moving as well as we would expect or to hope. I'm going to stop there because there's a lot. I could stay up here for 4 hours and really go into detail, but I won't because my team has a lot of great information to give you, and we have a poster unveiling, which I am so honored and so privileged to be a part of today. I hope to get a chance to meet all 500 and how many? 541 of you today, and we can have a conversation. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. There are a couple of other anniversaries that I'd like to highlight. Excuse me. Our predecessor organizations started this mission over 50 years ago, but 2025 marks the 10-year anniversary of DPAA. That's something that we're very proud of. Also, 52 years ago this month marks the first POWs returning from Operation Homecoming out of Vietnam. So with that, I'd like to talk a little bit about the National POW/MIA Recognition Day and its poster. President Jimmy Carter established National POW/MIA Recognition Day in 1979. The day is observed annually on the third Friday of September. The day was established to honor veterans who were held as POWs and those who remain missing today. Each year, the President issues a presidential proclamation to commemorate the day, and every year a poster is designed to recognize the debt we owe to those who sacrificed their freedom so that we might enjoy peace and liberty. This year, and for the first time, the National POW/MIA Recognition Day poster was designed by a Gold Star daughter, the daughter of a naval aviator still missing from the Vietnam War. Mrs. Jeannie Huffman is the daughter of Commander Edward James Jacobs, Jr., who went missing off the coast of Vietnam on 25 August 1967. Jeannie is the youngest of 7 children and was only 2 weeks old when her dad left for Vietnam. She's been an advocate for the POW/MIA mission from a very young age, and her husband, with us today, Dave, worked tirelessly to support and advocate for families of missing from all conflicts. Today, Jeannie will speak to you about the inspiration for the POW/MIA poster she designed, and then she and Mrs. Sumter Winbush will unveil it. We'll have some cards in the back during the break if you're interested in getting copies of the poster. Also, if you want the larger posters, they can be ordered online starting on Monday from the DPAA website. So at this time, I would like to introduce Ms. Jeannie Huffman. It's a little bit of a maze getting up here.
Good morning. Bear with me. I'm going to try my best. I would like to begin by thanking Director of Outreach and Communication, Ms. Jennifer Nazarenko, for her introduction today. I would also like to thank Director Kelly McKegg, Principal Deputy Director Fern Winbush, and the DPAA team. I cannot express my appreciation for this opportunity to create this year's poster. My name is Jean Jacobs Hoffman, the daughter of Commander Edward James Jacobs, Jr. I attended my first FMU in Greensboro, North Carolina in 2018. It was terrifying. They wanted me to stand up and talk about my dad, and I just couldn't. And now today I'm standing here in front of the biggest FMU in DPA history, and I'm very honored. It's very difficult for me. I'm usually behind the scenes creating posters and helping family members. So on August 25th, 1967, my dad and his crew, Lieutenant J.G. Zavaki and ADJ 2 Ronald Boyce Clare, took off from QB Point in an RA-3B Sky Warrior on a night reconnaissance mission over North Vietnam. Their plane was painted flat black so it wouldn't be detected by ground. My dad piloted that aircraft. He was making a left banking turn near the coastline, and it disappeared from radar. I was 5 months old when my mother received the news that my dad was missing in action and his crew. They were missing in the Gulf of Tonkin. So like many of you in this room, you received a telegram that my mom received, or the knock on the door. Our lives changed forever that day. I'm very honored to have my Aunt Jeannie here today. She was the last one to see and talk to my dad in San Francisco before he left for Vietnam. Stop crying in a minute. I always felt a huge void in my life. This is not having my father. There's little things like not hearing his voice, not giving him a hug, not smelling his aftershave. Simple things to some, very complicated feelings for me. Unanswered questions have followed me my entire life, like so many of you in this room understand. When I met my husband, Dave, in 2014, he had no idea that my dad was MIA. And I had no idea that he followed this issue his entire life, since he was a teenager. In 1984, he met Martha Consalvo. She was the mother of USMC Captain John W. Consalvo Jr., missing in action in 1972. Martha gave Dave a POW MIA bracelet, and he's worn it ever since. Dave shared all kind of information with me about the POW MIA issue. And he also had a copy of the first National POW MIA Recognition Day poster. That year, he drove me to DC, the first time I've ever been to the wall to see my dad's name. Looking at the names etched in black granite was very overwhelming for me. I'm a very visual person. I'm very creative, so I wanted to see these men and these women's faces. So I began to create my first poster called 1584. This, at the time, was the number of missing in action from Vietnam. It took me almost a year to complete. It showed all the faces of our U.S. service members and our civilians that are still waiting to come home. From there, I created posters of our missing in action, and I'm honored that the poster depicting the Vietnam MIAs from West Point hangs in the Rocky Versailles Chapel at the United States Military Academy. And I was so proud to work with Special Operations Association 2 years ago, creating a poster of the missing Green Berets from MAC-VSOG and their missing aviators who supported them. In the past 2 years, I've created over 100 posters from all past war conflicts, which leads me today to the poster that we're going to unveil. My inspiration came from several factors. Last year, the United States Institute of Peace sponsored an official trip for Mission POW MIA. We traveled to Vietnam to conduct research on American MIAs and to meet Vietnamese families and veterans. During that trip, we visited numerous provinces which American MIAs were reported. One such province is located across from Hame. The waters surrounding Hame are the last location of multiple American aircrafts missing, including my dad and his crew. I was able to get 2 miles from I was 2 miles on a beach standing there looking out at the Hanmei and the waters where my dad's plane was. Sitting in about 70 feet of water. That was almost 57 years ago when he left. Shortly after visiting this area, we met with a DPAA team that just returned from conducting a joint field activity in which possible remains were recovered. We were so blessed to be able to interact with these men and women. These are the men and women that bring our loved ones home. We met with a crew of Repat 99, the call sign from the flight from Da Nang to Hawaii. We have since learned that one of the caskets on board the aircraft contained the remains of Lieutenant Colonel Donald Downing, lost in 1967 in September. That was a month after my dad. Standing there in Vietnam on the tarmac was such a special day, but now, knowing who came back and when he was lost continues to give me, and hopefully you in this room, and those watching today, online, inspiration to continue the mission. Thank you to everyone that has worked so hard to bring Lieutenant Downing home to his family. We appreciate you. One of the most significant parts of this poster you will see is the POW MIA flag backdrop. This is an actual flag that was raised at the Norfolk International Airport in Norfolk, Virginia. This flag is a symbol that means so much to the POW MIA families and our armed forces now serving, that they will not be forgotten if missing or captured. We have carried one particular POW MIA flag with us along our journey. We collected more than 600 signatures on it, which includes Vietnam veterans, Korean War, Cold War, World War II veterans, MIA families, former POWs, Medal of Honor recipients, Gold Star families, dignitaries, students, and those working the mission for DPAA. I was the last one to sign it in Vietnam. Now it's framed and it hangs in our house as a constant reminder of those helping to not only find my dad, but to find all of your family members. It inspires me every day to work harder at keeping the mission moving forward. It was important to capture all the conflicts of the POW MIAs. And aspects of this poster were drawn from real cases. U.S. Marines missing from the Battle of Terawal during World War II. Captain Warren Sanderson from the Cold War shot down in his RB-50 along with his crew by Soviet MiGs the day after the Korean War ended. Ensign Jesse Brown from the Korean War shot down in his Corsair. A heroic rescue attempt could not free him from his downed aircraft on a hilltop of North Korea. Sergeant First Class John Adams left behind alive on the ground in Laos after his helicopter went down during a special forces insertion mission in Vietnam. One of his sisters, Lynette, is here with us today. And PFC Jessica Lynch, who represents our POWs, she was rescued by U.S. Special Forces 11 days after being taken a prisoner in the Second Persian Gulf War. Our missing heroes are depicted by 4 ROTC cadets, future leaders of the United States Army from Old Dominion University's Black and Gold Society, and a U.S. Marine. They are all shown in period uniforms and equipment from the 1940s to the early 2000s, similar to what they would have been wearing when captured or went missing. When you look at each of the service members depicted, you will see that each is holding something different. A field phone, a pair of binoculars, a map, a survival radio, and a compass. I believe that each of our missing is still seeking their way home, and they expect that our nation's promise will be kept, which is to bring them home. So today, on behalf of all of the POW families, not only in this room today, but those throughout this world, waiting for their loved ones to come home, I'm very honored to be able to unveil this poster with Miss Sumter at Wimbush, and I know my dad would be proud. Thank you.
And with that, we unveil for you today the 2025 National POWMIA Recognition Day poster. Thank you. So, thank you, Jeannie. Next on our program is what we call Remembrance Ceremony. It's an opportunity for you to introduce yourself and honor your missing loved ones by saying their name aloud, sharing a brief story, a trait, or a memory that you hold dear. Stories help keep the memories alive, and we can all be encouragement to others. So we hope that each family member will choose to share their story. In the audience, we have 5 military members. If you all would raise your hands, please. Okay. They're holding microphones that they'll bring over to you when it's time for you to ask, or for you to share your story with us. If you would please just raise your hand, and they'll come to you, and then I'll call on you to be recognized and introduce yourself and your missing loved one. On the back of the agenda booklet, there's a bit of a helpful guide if you would like to use that. And we ask everyone to keep your remarks brief so that we can make sure that all family members that want to say anything have an opportunity to speak. Also, please don't use this time to ask questions. We are going to have a question and answer period before the lunch break, and we can answer any questions for you at that time. So, anyone want to start off? Okay, here in the front.
Good afternoon. Tony, Janine, and Julie, and we are the granddaughters of James Robb, representing our mothers. My mother never knew her father. Julie and Joni's mother did. Their mother spent 3 years in a camp in the Philippines. Our grandfather was in the Bataan Death March and spent 3 years in a camp in the Philippines, Bilibid prison, and died on a hell ship being transported to Japan. Joni, anything to add?
We have grown up with our story, our heritage, and we're here representing our mothers and our grandfather. Our mothers have joined our Father, their Father in heaven. My son has joined his great-grandfather in heaven. And we are so honored to be here and representing our families, our children, and their history. Our mother survived the prison camp. Her stepmother did not. My mother was standing next to her when she was killed. And she came home and met her sister. And I have one sister, so I know how that feels. They raised us to be very, very close. We're missing our one cousin. But other than that, here we are.
I hope every one of you is inspired as I am today. It's quite a morning already. Lots of Kleenex, lots of tears. I hope every one of you finds what you're looking for and finally gets closure. This is quite an amazing team that is truly invested in finding our loved ones. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Over here.
My name is Eric Christensen. I'm here for my uncle, First Lieutenant Merle Christensen, who was captured in the Philippines. He was through the Bataan Death March. Then he went through 2.5 years at either Cabanatuan or Bilibid prison. And then he survived on 3 hell ships. First was the Orioku Maru, which was attacked by airplanes from the USS Hornet. That ship came back into Subic Bay trying to get to the pier, but it sunk within 300 yards of the pier. They were trying to get the Japanese civilians and officers off the ship, and they weren't really worried about the prisoners. But as the ship was sinking, the prisoners were able to swim to the shore, where they were recaptured, and they were placed on another hell ship, the Anura Maru. They were taken out and attacked by another set of armed forces from the Americans. They were taken from the Anura Maru and put on the Brazil Maru to be taken to Japan for slave labor. He died on January 17th, 1945, which was just over 80 years ago. But the amazing thing that I have found out As the first ship was sunk in Subic Bay, it was within about 300 yards of a lava pier at Subic Bay. That is exactly where I met my first ship in the U.S. Navy to go to Vietnam. So I was within 300 yards of where my uncle had been on a ship. I served 20 years in the Navy. I was a radioman for a few years and then later became a deep sea diver. My father had served in the U.S. Marine Corps on Okinawa specifically to avenge his brother's death. My son has served in Iraq and Afghanistan, so we have 3 generations of combat vets. Thank you.
Back up, back against the wall.
The last time I saw my brother, we took him to the airport here in Sacramento, and we saw him climb up on the airplane. And as the plane turned around to take off, he was at the window waving to us. So there we were, my mother, my sister, waving my brother off, not knowing we'd never see him again. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you would, the microphone.
Thank you. My brother, Sergeant John Robert Adams, Bob to me, was shot down in Laos. And at the time, we didn't know they were in Laos. It was discovered to us several years later. We were always told he was shot down west of Dak To. And we understand the secrecy of those missions that were so important. His helicopter was shot down. All but him were rescued. I can't imagine those men that left him behind. I'm sure it still haunts them. It's such a difficult thing to even consider. I remember a big black car coming to our house with a knock on the door. And I didn't know who it was. We've never seen a limousine. But they were people from the government, that military, that told my mom and dad that their son was lost or killed in action, actually killed in action. So that turned our lives upside down, obviously. And sometime after that, we got notice it was a misidentified body. Well, I never accepted the fact that he was I don't know why that comforted us, I guess, but I just have really great memories of my brother, how much we fought with each other and played and just shared. My sister Mandy, she's not here tonight, but her and I miss him terribly. I don't have words, and I know you must understand that. And I wish all of you the best of luck in enduring these kinds of situations and when your loved one is finally brought home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back in the back, in the far corner.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn, and I'm representing my family and honoring my very brave uncle, Sergeant Donald David Sparks, who was lost in Korea. Army, A Battery, 52nd Field Artillery Battalion, 24th Infantry Division. The very last letter he wrote my grandmother is dated July 6th, 1950. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but He said, "Dear Mom, well, this is it. We're at a staging area somewhere in southern Japan. I just finished packing up and turned all my excess clothing in. I wasn't going to tell you at first, but then I decided that you would worry more if I didn't. So far, all I know is that I'm going to the 24th Infantry Division. We'll be assigned to a battalion after we get there. There's not much use of you worrying about it. I'll not be in the front lines. I'll be careful as possible anyway. And as long as I know that you aren't worrying yourself sick, I'll be able to keep my mind on my work. So as long as all of you take it easy, I'll be okay." The thing that's worrying me the most right now is that I have $50 to send home and I have no way to do it. First world problems, right? So that was July 6th, and then July 10th, he was missing. My hero uncle made it through the cornfield. He made it through the days and nights of the inhumane brick schoolhouse. He made it through the cruel and violent Tiger March from Halloween, October 31st, 1950, until he fell along that march and was shot and killed by a guard and buried along the road 8 days before his 24th birthday. We know that the date that he was killed was November 4th, 1950, thanks to Johnny Johnson heroically recording his name and storing it in his infamous toothpaste tubes. After all these years, it's so easy to lose hope, especially when my uncle's only sibling, my father, is gone, my grandmother is gone, there is nobody else. I'm the peanuck for my family. But my uncle made it through all these things before he fell, so he can certainly, with the DPAA's help, make it back home again. This is my hope for my family and my hope for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here on the, yes, sir. Ma'am, if you want to take the microphone.
Thank you. Hello, all. My name is Nikki Haba. I'm the daughter of Captain William Otis Haba, and he was shot down in North Korea, December 2nd, 1950. My mom got an envelope in the mail, was reading it on the way back up to the house, collapsed on the brick walkway, and I was born March 1951. And here to find out more information. He's shot down very North Korea, so it may be quite a while, if ever. All I know is there was 4 planes sent out as a squad on a bombing run. First plane saw some wires and avoided it. His plane ran into them and sheared off a wing, and they went down in flames. Third and fourth plane, along with the first plane, returned back to their base. So I have 2 daughters to carry the bloodline, but I am the last with the name Haba. So, hope yours come home.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, we represent our uncle, Lieutenant Jerome Amromin. He was U.S. Army Air Force and World War II. And his kind of big story is, we're kind of the end of the line here for the family name. But my grandparents, our dad, and my uncle emigrated from Russia in 1922. And my uncle was an infant at the time. My dad was about 3.5, 4 years old, and they did the usual emigration thing of living in the hold of the ship until they got here. My grandmother would talk about having 2 diapers, one on the baby and the other one drying, tucked into her waistband. Well, my grandfather was a doctor, was running around treating everybody else on the ship who was sick. Anyway, they grew up in the United States, of course, and developed strong loyalties to this country. At 19 years old, my uncle told my grandparents that he wanted to enlist to serve. And they knew he was underage at the time he was making this request. And he told them, if you don't sign for me, I will lie and I will go. And they signed for him. So he went into the Army Air Force. Because of his vision, he failed pilot training, but he did go on to become a navigator. His plane was one that was on a supply mission in New Guinea, and they went down after some evasive maneuvers in the Papua New Guinea area. Of the 7 Americans on the flight, only 2 survived, and they were in the tail end of the plane. It took them 8 days to walk out. The front of the plane essentially burst into flames. There were also some Australians that survived the flight. At this point, there has been progress made in the remains of the airplane possibly being partially uncovered, but so far there have been no successful attempts to bring his remains home. My grandmother never recovered from this loss. He was her star, and the last letter he wrote home, we have all the letters from that time, was dated the day before he died. So that's our family story. This is our second coming to one of these meetings, and it's an amazing experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back in the red shirt. The gentleman in the red shirt. Oh, sir, you'll be next. Okay.
Hi, my name's Bill Kennedy. I'm here representing my great uncle Bernard Donahue, along with my mom, his niece. He was a 2nd lieutenant in the Army Air Force. In 1942, there was a movie that came out, won 3 Academy Awards, Yankee Doodle Dandy. As it turned out, in 1944, Bernard was the navigator on a plane called the Yankee Doodle Dandy. And on April 12th of 44, his plane was shot down over Papua New Guinea, and I was glad to see that there's been 20 plus years of Papua New Guinea investigations. But he was, the plane went down and he was captured, and it was in a prisoner of war camp. 6 days later, they did a mock trial, and he was found guilty of espionage, and he was beheaded. That was devastating for my grandmother. She missed him every day. Interestingly, in the file that the military shared with us, they actually identified the commandant of the camp and the person who actually did the beheading, and they were accused of and convicted for war crimes and themselves executed. But Bernard was born in San Francisco. He was nicknamed Babe. He was a real tall, good-looking man, and we just hope that one day he comes home. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Ted Dudziak. I'm here on behalf of my uncle and namesake, First Lieutenant Teddy Dudziak. He was a pilot on a B-24 in World War II, of course, flying out of Wendling, England. And he was part of 2 bombing missions on the heavy water plant in Norway, which you may or may not know was Hitler's attempt to get the H-bomb. As a result of the 2 bombing runs, the first one that he flew was successful. Everybody came back due to some very poor German attempts to shoot the aircraft down. On the second, he was the only one to be shot down over the North Sea. And I even know the German that shot him down. interestingly enough. Germans took great records, but as a result of their bombing runs, they took the heavy water that was made, and they tried to transport it over a very large lake in Norway, and the resistance folks took it out. So basically, with all the attempts for the bombing of the heavy water plant, they sent the message to Hitler that they were reachable. The flight time for both the missions was 10 hours. It was the longest mission for the 392nd Bomber Group, which is here. So that's my story.
Thank you. Over here.
Hi, my name's John Booth. I'm here on behalf of my brother Gary Booth. December 23rd, 1970, he and two others aboard a fixed-wing Army aircraft went down just off the coast of Vietnam on approach to Tuiwa airstrip. Despite best efforts at the time, and for the next 50 years, there had been no recovery possible of the aircraft, although it's quite close to shore. In 2023, we certainly received great hope that local fishermen and war memorabilia recovery people had located an engine. They recovered the engine, brought it to shore, and subsequently put the engine on a Facebook site for sale. A very astute military retiree living in Vietnam put two and two together, contacted the Defense Department, and voila, the nameplate on the engine matched perfectly with what was recovered by the scrap people. So we're here today to really get some details on the next steps in the recovery and to advocate for more available divers to be able to make this recovery possible. A joint field activity is scheduled for May and June of this year, so we're hopeful for that recovery and to bring the three guys home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Power Pearlstein. I'm representing my uncle, who I never met, Tech 4, Leonard MacDonald Power, my father's older brother, from Corsicana, Texas. He was part of the 28th Material Squadron on the island of Corregidor in the Philippines. And his official missing in action death day was set at May 1st, 1942, before I was born. So I never met him, obviously. We don't know exactly where he died. We don't, and I'll get more information, of course, but he never came home. My grandmother, his mother, my mama, she kept his death notice framed and on her wall. And, you know, it only takes one in the family to carry forth the investigation and try to find out what's going on. And none of the other grandchildren remember that death notice on the wall, but that was how she found closure, you know. And I can't even explain why it's so important to me to bring him home, but it just is, because he's my family, and he deserves to be buried at the family cemetery in Trinidad, Texas, with a nephew who is his namesake. So thank you, everyone, for doing all of this. I'm very grateful.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Scott Stevens, and my sister, Leslie, we call her Teeny, who's right next to me. John Montgomery Loop, my uncle, our uncle, was, I'm going to read some of this because we never knew any of this until this group got in touch with us. And my mother, who's been gone for over 30 years now, never knew either. John Jack, born in San Francisco on Vallejo Street right next to Presidio. He swam for the Olympic Club in San Francisco, the gate before the bridge was put up. So he was an avid swimmer, and he enlisted in 1940. Went to Stanford. He served in the 51st Artillery Regiment and entered the Pacific Theater in 1940, before the war. He was on the Bataan March, and he died on the prison ship in Nora Maria in the port of Formosa, which is Taiwan today. His remains are never recovered. We actually had the honor of going to Manila and seeing his name on the wall. And he was on the Oruku Maria, and also the Anura Maria. His ship was bombed outside of Manila. He swam and saved close to 12 of his comrades and brought him to shore because he was a great swimmer. And he been POW for over 3.5 years. And then captured, and he went on the Anura Maria to Tokyo to be a slave, and was shot down. The ship was shot and sunk in now today Taiwan. And his remains haven't been found, but this organization is unbelievable. I mean, look at this on Jack. It's like 40 pages of information they sent us. It's unbelievable. And our DNA is with them now, and hopefully Jack can get home soon.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Good morning. We're here representing my uncle, Vincent Carlo Paulino. He was shot down a couple of days before his 20th birthday over Berlin after bombs away on a major bombing mission. He was the top turret gunner. This is his crew that he's pictured with, and they're B-17. They named the Floozy, and she's painted right there on the plane. A couple of the men survived being shot down, and the others were recovered except for my uncle and the pilot, Lieutenant Ray. So I also want to say thank you to this organization. We are overwhelmed by the amount of information and the continued efforts to recover some part of his remains, even though the plane was likely destroyed and he was on it. And we're just really touched by this. My mother, who's about to turn 90, Vincent's sister, was so grateful that she received this invitation and sent my brother his namesake, Vincent's namesake, to this event. So I just want to thank you again and say how much this work means. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. I'm a little nervous, so forgive me if I make any mistakes. But my name is Marilyn Beecham. This is my daughter, Kimberly Beecham, and my nephew. And we're carrying on the legacy of father, uncle, grandfather. Great-grandfather, yeah, my little nephew over there. My dad is First Lieutenant Newman Keme Golden. And there's a picture of him, and he's also a Tuskegee Airman.
This brings tears to my eyes. Thank you. My daughter has traveled to Korea on an invitation from the Korean people. I have also been there. And she was, I'm sorry.
We were able to travel this past October. We were able to see my grandfather's name on the wall in South Korea. It's I'm worse than my mom, sorry. It's really surreal to be able to have that experience as a granddaughter, and knowing my mother telling me what she knows from age 9 up to age 9. My grandfather did. He flew in the Korean War. He was an MIA, and then labeled later as killed in action. So this has been an experience for our whole family, and this program is so important, and it's just amazing the work that they do and how much passion they have and care for the military. So on behalf of our family, I really do want to say thank you. And it is so important for generations to keep all of this alive. I have a great cousin, a young cousin here, who I would like to see him also going forward be able to keep this alive.
Yeah, I'm the grandson, and I'm kind of ecstatic about, because my daughter, who just graduated from San Diego State a year ago, she's like doing documentary and film. She did a documentary on my grandfather, on her great grandfather. So you can look up that on YouTube. I think it's called My Tuskegee Airmen by Amara Golden. So I keep pretty much about the information that comes in about my grandfather. I have pictures in my house, on my wall. I have airplanes. I have these shirts right here. I have all that, Tuskegee Airmen stuff, but not really much of the Korean War. But just to wrap this up, though, I just look forward to the day, not just that my grandfather comes home, but somebody else in this room's remains come. I mean, even if it's before us, I'm still happy for you, and I just look forward to that day where, we can say that, these people come back home. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff O'Kane. I came here with my family to represent my Uncle Buren O'Kane, Seaman First Class, and the 11 other crew members lost aboard a U.S. Navy PB-4Y2, Bureau number 59563, VPB-106, Patrol Bombing Squadron, crew number 3. The names of the other men are Howard F. Mears, Vernon Carlson, Robert Decker, Roy Blanton, Harold Capon, Paul Davis, Arthur George, Ernest Kitchen, Doyle Morgan, Raymond McCabe, and Joseph Reeder. The mission was a two-plane recon mission from Puerto Princesa Airfield, Palawan, Philippines to Singapore on June 1st, 1945. In 2018, my family discovered the 29 recon photos in the National Archives in Maryland taken by Romain Heiler and his crew, including the crash location of 59563 in the ocean in the country of Indonesia. My Uncle Stephen O'Kane wrote a 200-page research paper detailing the location of 59563 that we delivered to DPAA in 2019 FMU in San Jose. As we wait for DPAA to get an agreement with Indonesia to recover the 1,900 MIAs from World War II, the O'Kane family got to work. In 2018, 2 of the gunners aboard Lieutenant Heiler's plane were located and interviewed with their eyewitness testimony of the crash of my uncle's plane. Victor Walters at 95 and Ed Saruba at 93, great men that I was very fortunate to speak with. The O'Kane family set out to locate and notify the other 11 families that were lost aboard 59563. After almost 7 years of searching, the final family was found Thursday of this week, the entire 12. We have assisted in obtaining 7 FRS samples out of the 12 missing and continuing to work on the rest. I didn't come here to chastise DPAA, I just came to supply some of the O'Kane-style motivation and our inability to understand the word can't. And to deliver a friendly warning, the O'Kane family is running out of things to do. Might want to get that agreement with Indonesia soon, until they all come home.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mary Ann Lewis, and I am here on behalf of this handsome guy, which is my dad, Corporal Richard Joseph Lee. My dad was a Sacramento native and joined the Army before I was born. I was born in June of 1951, and my dad was reported missing on his birthday, October 16th, 1951, and he would have been 22 years old. This, many of you can't see this, but this is a picture of my dad with comrades in the war. And the inscription on the back of this picture to my mother was, "Look how shiny my wedding ring still looks." Even though he is a grimy and definitely been doing his duty on behalf of our nation. I also want to thank the DPAA and all the efforts that they do on behalf of my dad and all of the loved ones that you're here today for. I appreciate that and appreciate the opportunity to be here. My dad's last known presence was to climb a hill in the area of Yeoncheon, which was in North Korea at the time. That location is now a little bit south of the DMZ, an area heavily mined, and perhaps it's not going to be an area where a reconnaissance can take place. But I applaud all the efforts, and I look forward to perhaps, getting a sense of his recovery. But if not, like so many of you, I am so glad that some of you will find your completion for your loved ones. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. It's a privilege and an honor. I'm here on behalf of my uncle, his first name was Bernardo R. Michi, private first class. And it's an interesting story because his parents, my grandmother was an immigrant from Europe, came through New York, through Ellis Island, and past the Statue of Liberty. My uncle was born, and at the age of 3 weeks old, they moved from the United States and went to Mexico City, where he lived the remainder of his life there in Mexico City. And in 1945, he was called to active duty, and even though that he lived all of his life in Mexico, he was very honored, and he actually reported for service. And I was just going to read this little thing that I thought it was kind of funny, how things come full circle, because during World War II, he served in the Fox Company, 306th Infantry Regiment, 77th Infantry Division, nicknamed Statue of Liberty Division. He was reported killed in action on 13 May 1945 while on duty on the island of Okinawa. His remains were not no longer recovered. And I'm just so thankful to be here to learn more. We're going to meet at noon with the representatives, so we will be able to have a little bit more information. It's our first meeting that we've come to. And for me, it's important because my mom, this was her brother that she was the closest with. And my grandmother, when I grew up, and we would visit my grandmother in Mexico, we went to see the framed picture of my uncle, Bernardo, and his gold star and his purple heart. And I'd always look there and see how handsome he was. And it was always a difficult conversation with my grandmother. She never really wanted to share too much, so I don't know a lot about it. But this brother was the favorite brother of my mother. And when she was pregnant with me, and as an immigrant, she did not want me to be born in the United States because if it was she had suffered the loss of her dearest brother. And in those days, you didn't know if it would be a boy or a girl. So my father, even though he was American, said, okay, let's go. So we went. I was born in Mexico City. So I have a special closeness for him because I wonder if he had not been killed, missing in action, how it would have been different. Maybe I would have been born here in the United States. But I did find it a twist of fate how his family came through Ellis Island, Statue of Liberty, and he lived and was born there in New York just those 3 weeks, and we went to Mexico afterwards. So thank you to everyone that's made this possible. I hope that we have a little bit more information soon, and I wish share that everyone here will be having more information too and enjoy knowing more about their family members. I don't know too much about my uncle, and I'm looking forward to seeing what I will learn. Thank you, and I wanted to tell
Thank you.
Thank you to my husband who made this possible for us to come today.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Ann Stewig Benham. I am the niece of Private William Giles, killed in World War II. He was an Army private. He was in the Hurtgen Forest as a medic. He was evacuating wounded when he was hit by a minefield. I'm here representing my mother, his only sibling, Catherine Giles Stewig, my father, also a World War II veteran, Nathan William Stewig, my family who's watching remotely, and we had an opportunity, I had the opportunity to meet the adoptive family of my uncle's name on the wall of the missing in the Markrotten Cemetery in the Netherlands. We've become very close with them. They've visited us, we've visited them. It was a nice relationship to get because the Europeans are so grateful for being liberated, and they'd have such a nice opportunity for many young children to adopt these names and the graves. It's been very nice. Like many World War II families, our family didn't talk much about my uncle. But in 2008, my mom saw an article in the newspaper about an individual in my uncle's regiment that was identified by DNA, and that started our journey, and we're hopeful to bring him home, and we're hopeful that many people in this room also get to bring their loved one home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Art Swift. I'm here representing the extended family of Private Jack Haney, who was listed as missing July 21, 1944 in the invasion of Guam. I believe that was the first day of the invasion. I'm here on behalf of my wife, Terry Edwards, and the entire Haney clan. There were 10 members of that generation, 8 of whom served in World War II, including Terry's mom, Mildred Haney, her sister Mary Haney, and a whole list of boys in the family. They served at, one was wounded at Pearl Harbor. That was that was Archie. Albert served. Bill was a Marine, fought in the battles of Guadalcanal and Peleliu. Jack was another Marine. Hunter in the Navy. Raymond in the Army. Mary in the Pentagon, and Millie in the U.S. Air Corps. Millie passed away 2 years ago, so she was the last of that generation. It would be great if Jack's remains could come home and be interred with the rest of the family members. So again, thank you very much. I really appreciate the work that you guys do.
Thank you, sir. We have time for 2 more questions, so we'll take this gentleman over here.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'm here representing and honoring my uncle, PFC Freddie Bechet, and to thank the DPAA for the work that they're doing in trying to locate his remains, not only his, but all of ours. We greatly appreciate the work. I've been following you. I just noticed almost since the beginning. And it's been quite informational. I don't have a lot of information to give you about my uncle because it seems that once he went through basics, he went to Korea and he became a POW. Never again. But I'm still hopeful. And I'm not going to bore you with a lot of information and try to make up stuff, except for that what I've been digging up is that he was a very fun-loving person, and ask you to help me in celebrating his birthday, which is in 2 days of this. So happy birthday, Uncle Freddie. Thank you. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. But thank all of you, and it's a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. Last question.
Hi, I'm Carolyn G. I lost my uncle in Okinawa. He was on USS Henrico. He was a corpsman, medic. And a kamikaze hit his ship. And it hit the bombs were, so it was very, it's disabled. And they haven't found his remains yet. They might not be able to because of the fires and stuff. But I only heard about, I was not born when he died. So I've had family information about it. He was our family hero. So I'm grateful for the information that you've given me. And I'll pass it on to the rest of my family. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your stories today. Before we take a break, I'd like to call on 2 other family members, Jackie Van Buskirk and Cheryl Green. They're family members of Corporal Clifford Strickland, a World War II loss. Jackie and Cheryl received their in-person identification brief at our family update in Phoenix last February, and they'd like to share a few thoughts.
My name's Jackie, and I am Clifford's niece. He was the 3rd child of 11, and so there are a lot of us. He has over 300 nieces, nephews, and down on. So there was a lot of us waiting. Only one cousin knew Clifford, and he was only a year old when he left. But we knew our uncle through the letters and through our family and the grandparents. And I am Clifford's youngest son's daughter. Youngest brother's daughter. And we actually started our journey with DPAA before it was DPAA. We have a cousin who was searching for Cabanatuan prisoners and found that they were looking for DNA, so he arranged to give his DNA, and Clifford at that time had 2 living sisters, so they gave DNA, and then on and on. But he was he survived the Bataan Death March. He lived through O'Donnell, and then he died in Cabanatuan. And we were at the very first DPAA meeting, and this is actually my 9th. It's the first one I've spoken at because I can't do this without crying. I do want to encourage you. You get the word out, give your DNA, keep coming. Like I said, this is my 9th. I think we're the most attended family. Of course, with 300, that's not saying much. We also did our part. Each time we had a family meeting, we would ask, is there anything we can do? And they told us how to petition for disinterment, which is a big deal in Cabanatuan because they were buried in mass graves. So we did that, and then we had to wait because we had to go through the 60% rule. And a couple of the families they identified weren't interested, so they had us call them. So we did also our activity in being a part of it. I can only encourage you to keep coming, keep giving DNA, keep doing what they ask, keep asking what you can do, and keep gathering your information. And one of the things I'm most thrilled about is all the things that they were able to tell us. He's always listed as a Tech 5. Well, I don't know what a Tech 5 is, and I even come from a military family. All of his brothers except one was in the military. I can't tell you the number of cousins, and my own son was a Marine, which my dad was Navy, so that was a big deal in our house. But all of the information they gave us, we found out he was a corporal. We found out what happened to his brigade. He was in the 803rds. What happened to them? You know, so the DPAA has filled in so many missing pieces for us, and then we got the missing piece. So,
my cousin Jackie got me involved with DPAA about 8 or 10 years ago, so we've been coming a long time. We got the call on December 26, 2023. We don't live in the same cities, we're far apart, but I bet you heard us all, 300 of us, yelling and screaming, can you believe it, can you believe it, can you believe it? The best day for me was June 27th, 2024. We buried my uncle in his home state of Colorado near his parents on June 29th, 2024, and it was a beautiful day. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep asking questions, give your DNA. It's worth it. We've been coming a long time, and it's worth it. My favorite day was on June 27th, 2024. We were fortunate in that we were one of the last families that was allowed to have another cousin be a special escort for my Uncle Clifford. So he got to ride on the plane from Hawaii, where he was identified, to Dallas, and then to Denver. Him getting off the plane in his uniform, handsome young man. And then the door opened to the cargo, thank you. I'm older than she is and I'm forgetting. And there was our uncle's flag-draped coffin. And I said, she's the daughter of the youngest brother. I'm the granddaughter of his older sister. And I was representing my grandmother because our family wanted him home. And I said to the air, Grandma, he's home, he's on Colorado soil. Keep coming, it's worth it. We came specifically to encourage you that maybe you all, hopefully, through their hard work, this lady's a hard worker, and her team, that you will be getting the call. It's amazing, it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie and Cheryl. I appreciate you sharing your stories. Before we take a break, I just want to make one announcement. You all have seen the Year in Review book on your table. There's also more out in the atrium area. You're welcome to take as many as you'd like. But one of the things that we do is we try to get photographs of the different events that are taking place within DPAA, this being one of them. So we'd love to have, if any family members are interested, to get some photos with Mrs. Sumter Winbush and Mrs. Huffman with the POWMIA poster. If you're interested during the break, please just come up, and they will be here to take photographs with you. And some of them you'll see next year in our year in review. So with that, we'll take a 15-minute break. Sir, if I could get everyone to take your seats, we're about ready to get started again. I just didn't want you to lose the Western yeah. Okay, let's get started with our presentations. Hope everyone was able to get a little something to eat on the break. Thank you for the photos. We appreciate your interest in having those made, and we're looking forward to having them in our year in review next year. Next on our agenda is our presentations. You're going to hear from 4 different presentations. One is a day in the life of a field team, the recovery and identification process, the DNA processes and advances, and a presentation from Partnerships and Innovations. Once they've finished, we'll have a question and answer period, and in the interest of time, we're just going to have them introduce themselves as each one of the presentations complete. You can find some bios of our presenters in your agenda book. So with that, I'll turn the program over to Captain Jennifer Vela, who's going to lead the first presentation.
Thank you, everyone. As Mrs. Nazarenko said, my name is Captain Jennifer Vela, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you our field team. They will tell you a little bit about themselves, and we will get started with our scientific recovery expert, Dr. Laurel Fries.
Hi, my name is Laurel Fries. As Jen said, I'm a forensic anthropologist and archaeologist with the DPAA laboratory based out of Hawaii. I've been with the agency since 2009. I've had the privilege of participating in 23 field missions with the agency, so spent a lot of time living in tent, but every day has just been a joy to support this mission. I apologize, I'm losing my voice, but we're gonna get through this.
Thank you, Dr. Fries. Next up, our team lead, Captain Stephen Bracken.
Hi, good morning, y'all. I'm Captain Stephen Bracken. I'm an MP by trade, so military police officer. I've had the pleasure of being a team leader with the DPA for the last 2.5 years. Not quite in the 20s. I've been on 5 missions, but I've had the pleasure of going around Southeast Asia and the Pacific on a lot of these cases, so hopefully I get to chat with a lot of y'all today, but thank you guys for having us.
Thank you, Captain Bracken. And next up, we have our NCOIC, our Team Sergeant, Sergeant First Class Cesar Rivero.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. Sergeant First Class Rivero. I'm a combat engineer. I'm an active duty soldier. I'm stationed currently at DPA at the Expedition Support Directory. I serve as a team sergeant there. Being in the agency for over 2 years, 5 missions to mostly Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Laos. This mission is very important to me because I myself have family members that are still missing. My uncle's dad, he's missing from the Korean War. So this is very important, and I'm very honored to be here.
Thank you, Sergeant Rivero. Captain Bracken, can you please discuss the logistics and initial infrastructure at a site, as well as what it takes to go into the planning of getting to a site?
Sure. So getting to a site is honestly one of the more difficult things we do, and it's a whole of agency approach. So from the top down with our policy level, they're working to get us access, diplomatic access to countries, to sites, and once that's established, our research team, some brilliant historians and researchers that you guys have been meeting with today, and we'll still hear from a little bit more today, will take that case, whatever evidence they can, and build almost like a forensic case file for it, get it narrowed down as close as they can to an exact location or two, and at that point, they'll hand it over to a planner. The planner takes it through a little bit more of the process to get us into that specific location, And then there's one last handoff once they finish some of the logistics coordination. They hand it off to myself, Sergeant Rivero, Dr. Freeze, and we'll do that final coordination of what exactly does the team need as far as equipment, what's our timeline, what's our budget for this mission, how we're actually going to do it, and then we take off. We're based out of Hawaii, so we'll fly around the world, and we get to sites however we need to. So air, sea, land, helicopter, hike it, drive it, boat it. I think the only thing I haven't done is a boat yet, but we do work very closely with the Navy and our partners for those access, or site access. And so when we get there, we generally have what we can carry. If we're lucky, then we're taking a military aircraft, we're taking a C-17, and we've got as much stuff as we need, as much as we can carry, and we can build a pretty good, pretty elaborate site. If we're a little less fortunate, or it's a little more of an austere location, say getting dropped off in Papua New Guinea or Greenland, you have more or less what you can carry and what you can fit on a helicopter, and so we'll partner with local labor, use local workers that know the terrain, know the environment, and use anything from bush material to snowpack to build up our site infrastructure, which we'll get into a little bit later. But you can see here in the pictures, again, we get there however we need to. So landing on a hillside in Papua New Guinea where you can't shut the helicopter off, you just kind of have to hover and get out. Or on the bottom right there is sling loading equipment onto a glacier. So once we get there, get set up, that ends the first piece, and kind of the initial role of a team leader is getting us to the site. And so on that, I'll go ahead and hand it back to Captain Vela.
Thank you. And Dr. Freeze, can you discuss an initial survey?
Once we get to the site, we have to then get set up for the excavation, right? The whole reason we're there is to excavate that site, recover material, evidence, and hopefully remains that we'll be able to bring back to one of our laboratory facilities to identify and then ultimately return to you. So the first thing we do in that is we conduct a survey of the site, figure out how big it is, where does it end, so that we can build all of the structures that we need, our base camp, our work areas, outside of the site, right? We don't want to build on top of the area that we need to excavate. So you'll see in the first couple days the anthropologist running around or standing behind a tripod with some survey equipment, trying to map out that site so that then we can get a grid in place and then begin the systematic excavation of that site.
Thank you. And Sergeant Rivero, can you please discuss the terrain that you've experienced out on mission?
Absolutely. Yes, as you can see the pictures, we go through a different terrains all over the world. As you can see, we can be in the jungle, we can be in an iceberg, we can be mountains terrain. So we're very versatile when it comes down to this. And like Captain Bracken mentioned before, it all starts back in the planning. So we have to make sure that we plan accordingly to make sure that we are ready for these missions. We're gonna be operating on a rice paddy. We need to make sure that we get boots to protect ourselves. We're gonna be going through a mountainous terrain. We gotta make sure that we bring all the necessary equipment to make sure, in the case, like you can see some of the pictures that we're rehearsing the medevac, so we gotta be aware of our terrain that we're gonna be operating on.
Thank you. Dr. Freeze, anything you'd like to add about terrain?
That snowy picture there is me and one of my colleagues in Greenland. There's a reason why I live in Hawaii. Don't love that. But that gives you one insight into the challenges of our terrain. Just like on our terrestrial sites, we still have to establish a grid in this landscape to keep track of where we are. It's vital as we're excavating our sites that we know where everything that we're recovering is coming from. That's a critical part of our scientific process in support of our identification. So even in a featureless, snowy landscape where all you can see for miles in every direction is flat snowfields, we still have to take the time to do that survey, to set up that excavation grid, to keep track of our spatial location on that site.
Thank you. And Dr. Freeze, can you discuss the screening process?
So once we start excavating the site, there's a tremendous amount of sediment, right? All of the dirt that's present has to be processed systematically, again, to make sure that we're recovering everything that we need to find from that site. So we'll excavate the sediment, it then gets put into buckets and then transported to a screening station. On our sites in Southeast Asia, we have local workers that will help us, and we just move the buckets in essentially a bucket brigade. On our sites in Europe and in the South Pacific, it's just our American team. So we spend a lot of time just walking back and forth with full buckets, empty buckets, between the excavation and the screening station. In the screening station, then, that bucket of dirt is poured into a screen that has a very fine metal mesh in the bottom of it that allows us to catch even the tiniest fragments of bone and teeth so that nothing is missed, nothing is left behind. Those screens are constantly supervised by our American team members. Everything they find in the screen is placed into a collection bucket, and then everything in the collection buckets is reviewed by the archaeologist on site and our life support investigator, who's a specialist in aircraft wreckage and crew equipment. Again, to make sure that we are finding every last piece of everything there is to find on the site and that nothing is missed.
Thank you. Captain Bracken, can you please discuss what it's like to be out in the field?
Sure. So field life experiences vary widely. Where we stay is dictated entirely or almost entirely by the location of the site. So if it's a fairly close site, we can stay in a hotel or maybe a guest house. If it's say in the middle of the jungle in Laos, that's 3 hours from the nearest town, then we're going to set up a base camp, which is most of the pictures on here, actually, all the pictures on here. And everything out there is very utilitarian. As I said, we have what we can bring. So base camp setup is typically some living quarters or hooches. If we're lucky, we've got like a 6-inch raised platform, so our tents aren't in the mud whenever it rains, because it will rain inevitably. Then we'll have a cooking area, a break area. If we're really lucky, we get a gym. But it's our home away from home. We'll be there for 30, 50, 60 days. So every day, get up, live in that tent, get up, go to the site, work for 10, 12 hours, come back. We try to settle in as best we can. With that, we also eat whatever we can. So we'll work with the locals, local population, eat the local cuisine. But there's also some rather exotic things that pop up. If you think of some of the places we go, one site I was at in Southeast Asia, a cobra popped out. So that 6-inch platform that's great for keeping us out of the mud is also great for snakes. And so a cobra popped out one night and scared all of us. But luckily, we were with a host nation Army unit, and they came running over and like, yes, our friends are here to help. And they're like, no, cobra's good meat. We never saw the cobra again, but there was a campfire on the other side of the camp later that night. So one thing led to another, but it's things like that we're building some of those host nation partnerships, because it's not just our agency, but we need the local help. And we also need to keep our morale up, because after a long day of screening, we'll go back, we'll talk about what we found or what we didn't find, what the archaeologist wants to do next. And some days it's hard. You've been hot, you've been sweaty, didn't find anything. Other days it's great. And going into things that are great, and a little tradition of handing things back to Dr. Freeze, there's a little bit of a crazy picture on the bottom right, I think, for you.
So yeah, the picture in the bottom right with the folks in the party hats is my 32nd birthday, which I won't give myself away by saying how long ago that was. But I was deployed on a recovery mission in Cambodia, and I hadn't told anybody it was my birthday, but my team sergeant let the cat out of the bag and told everybody else on the team. So when we got to the site that day, I got out of the vehicle that I was in with my team leader and my team sergeant. The rest of the team were in 2 other vehicles, and they all jumped out, and they were all wearing these party hats and silly wigs. So they surprised me with a cake, celebrated my birthday, made it really special on what was otherwise a very difficult, very strenuous site. It was a really long mission. You know, on all of these, you're away from your friends, you're away from your family, you miss important personal events, and my team made what would have otherwise been kind of a tough day really, really special. I still have my party hat from that day up in my cubicle in my office in Hawaii. So, you know, we live the highest of the highs and the toughest of the tough out there.
Thank you. And Sergeant Rivero, can you please add your experiences in the field, building teams in extreme weather?
Yes, so weather, what I can tell you about weather, especially in Southeast Asia, is very unpredictable. Mornings could be 60 degrees, hazy. By 9, it'll be 110 with 90% humidity. So it can vary all the time. We do a really good job communicating back to the rear with our detachments so they can paint a better picture and we can keep the team safe because it's very important. Some of these locations that we go to is up in the mountains. The only way to access is through helicopter. And if we're not prepared to make sure that we don't get hurt, right, it could catch us in the side and then we'll have to hunker down there. So we gotta make sure that we're aware of what's going on in our surroundings because especially like Vietnam, a lot of times we went out for the side, it started raining really hard, and you know, you can't even go back to your sleeping areas. Another things that we do, we work really hard on the sites. We go out from sun up to sundown sometimes, so we really get to know each other really well. Doing tick checks, leeches checks, we have to do it. So another things that we do on base camp is, as you can see in the picture, we do like bonfires. Sometimes we don't get like internet, cell phones or anything to call back home, so that's some of the things that we do to pass the time on base camp.
Thank you. And Dr. Fries, what happens when you potentially find something?
Yep, so again, that's our whole point of being there, is to find these materials, return them back to our labs for analysis so we can return them to you. Finding something on site is amazing, and that then triggers a whole bunch of other actions that we have to go through. We have to very carefully document what it is that we found, where we found it from. We have to very carefully package it so that it's protected and stabilized for the rest of the mission and for the trip home. And then depending on what it is, it also guides all of our subsequent decisions on that site. Where are we going to dig next? What direction does the site extend in? So every day, every bit that we excavate determines what we're going to do the next day.
Thank you. And Dr. Fries, can you also discuss what it means to close a site, maybe specifically about what you're doing in that photo right there?
Yep. So all of our missions, of course, are of a finite length. We can only stay on sites for a certain amount of time. And at the end of that, we may not have finished the excavation of that site. There may be more work to do. So we will have to stabilize that site so that it will stay in a static state and won't continue to deteriorate in between the time when we leave and the next team arrives. So you can see in some of the photographs, some folks are laying down sandbags on an exposed sediment wall. That's to prevent erosion. The other things that we do are we have to document where we are finishing the end of the site. What does it look like when we're done, so that when the next team comes in, they know exactly where we ended, so they know where they need to begin. So in the upper photo there, I am swimming across a swamp that we've been excavating in Papua New Guinea for about 2 months. It was dry when we started, and by the end it was chest deep. And so I am stringing up with that orange tape the areas that we've excavated, so that in a large aerial photograph we can see exactly what's been excavated and what remains to be done. So again, all sorts of conditions.
Thank you. Captain Bracken, can you please discuss the importance of host nations and your relationships with them?
So we can't do what we do without the goodwill of the host nation. So working across the world, we work with foreign governments, we work with partners, and again, they have some incredible terrain knowledge that we don't know how to build something out of bamboo and a banana leaf, but they can make incredible structures. They understand the terrain, understand the environment, and they're also that workforce that we need. That 12 Americans can only move so many buckets, but with 100 local workers, we can move many times that. Apologies, I'm not a math major, but we can do a whole lot of work with those populations. So over the course of a mission, we become close with them. We learn the language, we learn their names. Depending on the cultures, we'll exchange gifts with them depending on what the cultural norms are, and then every now and then we'll take a break day. So we might work for 10 days and get that 11th day off, and maybe run a soccer game with them to keep their morale up, because this could be a life-changing experience for them just as it is for us. And ultimately we want to be able to come back to that site. As Dr. Fries said, if we didn't close it, we want to come back. And we can't do that without those host nation partners working with us.
Thank you. And Captain Bracken, can you close us out with the trip home?
So as Dr. Fries and Sergeant Rivera have talked about, one of the best things is when you find something. And so for us, at the end of a mission, however long it's been, 3 weeks, 3 months, the last thing we do before we leave is we do a repatriation ceremony, or we try to do a repatriation ceremony with that host nation, where we get to bring someone back, some piece of evidence back on an American military aircraft for the first time in 50, 80 years. And it's an incredible ceremony, incredibly moving for us after working for that case, for the archaeologist who's been working on the case probably longer than we have. And so to be able to put that transfer case, those remains, back on an aircraft, walk it onto the plane, and then fly home, it is one of the best feelings in the world for us. That is a mission very well done for us. And you'll see in the pictures, after 45 days of digging for 8 to 10 hours, we are just exhausted. So once we get on that plane and get to altitude, we all pass out. And again, being able to bring that one piece of evidence home, or that transfer case of evidence home, is just, it's the solace we needed that mission was mission accomplished. And when we get back to Hawaii, we can bring them off the plane, transfer them to the lab, and we know the anthropology team and the scientists that we have are gonna bring it all the way home.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, team. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Carrie Brown.
Well, good morning. I think we're still in the morning. I'm on Nebraska time, so I didn't think 2 hours would mess me up this much, but I don't know what time it is. I'm Dr. Carrie Brown. I'm a lab manager at the lab in Nebraska. We'll talk also about our lab in Hawaii. Welcome to everyone, and especially all of our new attendees, and welcome back to folks who have attended an FMU before. This is a really great experience for all of us to share our really unique mission and get your questions answered about how we do our jobs and what it is that we do on a daily basis. I will say also that I got my master's degree at Chico State, so I am, yes, right down the road from Chico State, so it feels a little bit like I'm back too. So I lived in California from 2006 to 2009, and yes, it's probably still a party school. Those are my students. I was very serious the whole time. So what I want to talk about today is actually building perfectly off of what the team just talked about, being in the field. So we have field operations, we have lab operations, we have an identification process, and we have a couple special projects that I'm going to talk about. Just a quick disclaimer, there are some images of human remains in this presentation. So first up is field operations. As the team just talked about, we do archaeological recoveries all over the world. So they talked about the vast array of environments we can work in and the types of things we encounter. And that is informed both by our own research and by research from partners. And when we go out in the field, you have a really multifaceted team, and the archaeological recovery is led by someone like Dr. Fries, scientific recovery expert. Another thing that you may hear us talk about is our disinterment program. And so that program is a way in which we disinter remains that are buried as unknowns in U.S. cemeteries around the world. That includes, and I notice also that doesn't have I'll talk about the other cemetery, but that includes 2 in the Indo-Pacific region. So that's the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific in Hawaii, or the Punch Bowl, and then the Manila American Cemetery and Memorial in the Philippines. Then there are 14 ABMC cemeteries in the Europe region, one of those being in Tunisia and North Africa. In those cemeteries, we have individuals or groups of individuals who are buried as unknowns. The documentation that accompanies those unknowns is called an X file, and I always like to say that because I get to see how many people actually remember that show. Perhaps also dating myself. All right, X-Files. So our X-Files are a little different. There are no aliens or extraterrestrials. Our X-Files are a compilation of all of the documentation in trying to attempt to identify that set of remains or multiple sets of remains within that X-File. And so when you're sitting your one-on-ones, you may have us talking to you about disinterment processes and X-files. And so that's what we're talking about, is going to those cemeteries through an approval process and being allowed to disinter those remains to work on. And many of our special projects actually operate through that disinterment process. I'm not going to go too much into the recovery because I think the team before did a great job, and I want to talk a little bit more about the lab process, but just to know that archaeologists are experts at understanding what's going on in the soil, at looking at what the soil looks like, has it been disturbed, what are the relationships of items in the soil. So if we look at this picture, this means something to us. It's a little hard to see on the screen, but we can actually see different things happening in the soil. And looking at the different layers that have happened over the years, we aren't dealing with cases that happened yesterday. We're dealing with very complex depositional processes and understanding what's happened to the site so we can find that evidence and return it home. We recognize soil changes. For example, this is a burial. And then you could see there the burial being excavated and that difference in soil if I go back. I also feel in presenting these slides, I should mention that I have only ever worked since 2008 on a case that was even remotely this clear cut. So it's not, these are just some examples of the ways in which archaeologists work. It's hardly ever this easy. So we're also looking at these larger scale sites like Laurel talked about, and we're using a grid system. So think of a giant piece of graph paper, we're putting it down. Of course, it's not often very flat where these planes crash, and we are looking at all the relationships of the items that we find to the environment and to each other. Because every act of excavation archaeologically is actually a controlled destruction of the site, we have to be really, really precise about what we're doing. If you've dug a hole, once you've dug that hole, you try to put the dirt back in, you either have too much or not enough dirt, and it's forever changed. And so that's the same process, and that's why we're really, really meticulous about documenting every single thing that we're doing on that site. We do the same process on land as we do underwater. I will say, from a personal perspective, the underwater archaeologists impress me more than almost anything we do, because it's hard enough to do it on the side of a mountain, and now you're underwater doing the same thing. And so it's just an absolutely incredible process. They still have the grid, they're still pulling things up, they're still recovering human remains and other evidence. So it's just always amazing what all of our teams can do. So disinterment of unknowns, I mentioned a little bit before. But this comes through a really multi-pronged program that goes across the entire agency. So it's not just the lab looking at things, it's everybody in the agency working together to try and figure out who this unknown might be. And so we have historians, researchers, anthropologists, dentists, all of us kind of working together with a single unknown file and trying to come up with a list. For example, I speak in tens and hundreds because it's easier to do math. I'm not a mathematician, I'm an anthropologist. So for example, if we have a set of unknown remains and we have 10 individuals we believe could be associated to the remains, the historian or researcher will establish that for us, and then all the other experts layer their evidence on top. That's gonna be a really common theme in how we do everything. We don't ever take one line of evidence and follow it to the end. We layer everything on top. And so for that X file, we're gonna look at where the remains were, where they were recovered, who was missing in that area, and come up with a list. Then maybe the anthropologist looks at it and says, oh, 4 of these people are too tall for these remains, so then we go down to 6 people, and then the dentist looks at it and says, 2 of these people don't have the right dental profile, so then we go to 4 people. And that's how we start the process of trying to figure out who the remains are. And every single thing I just described happens before we even take a look at the remains, because that's a process by which we then request your family reference samples through the Service Casualty Office and are then given permission to disinter the remains. Again, remains coming from cemeteries around the world. When we're successful at recovering evidence, either the disinterment process or the field process, all of the evidence comes into the lab. It's accessioned either to our lab in Hawaii, and that is on the left of this slide, or it's accessioned into the lab in Omaha, Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base, which is on the right of the side. We no longer have red walls. We've replaced them with beautiful full-size murals, but the lab was designed to be the color of the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So we did not feel that that color was conducive to families coming in and perhaps literally seeing red on the first step, so we had those replaced with some very nice murals. The first one you will now see if you visit us is a life-size depiction of the tomb of the unknown soldier. So it's a little bit more demure now. So we're accredited by ANAB, and that is a really, really important process for us because that ensures that all of the scientific methods that we're doing, all of the processes and the workflows that we have are of the utmost quality and precision for the identifications we're making. So the archaeologists perform controlled recovery in the field. Those items then come to us as material evidence. And so now I'll kind of walk through the different lines of evidence that we might use in your case. I say we might because we don't have every single line of evidence for every single case. And the overarching idea behind making an identification is we are trying to line up as much evidence as we have about the service member in life with as much evidence as we have from the remains in death. And we are trying to overlay those to the exclusion of all other reasonable possibilities. So we have that single set of remains to a single person, and we have both sides of information. And the complexities and the challenges come in when we don't have both sides of information or we have varying degrees of those sides of the information. So these next slides are just talking about the different things you might see and you might hear us talk about. So one of those items is material evidence or non-biological evidence. This could be something that talks about the loss incident. If someone was lost in a B-17. It could be something unique to a specific individual, a ring with an inscription, a watch back with an inscription, a wallet. We found wallets, dog tags, things like that. So those are all really important parts that make up that circumstantial support for the identification. But just like someone can take your wallet today and walk away with your ID and that's not you, the same thing can happen with material evidence. So we're always very careful about how we are associating and drawing that into the identification. We've had wallets where there was one person's bicycle registration and the other person's ration card. So someone took someone's ration card or someone took someone's bicycle and we don't know which way it goes. And so we have to be careful with that kind of evidence. Forensic anthropology, this is my line of work. We're looking at, is it bone? Is it human bone? How many people do we have? And then talking about how the person was in life. So how tall were these remains? Were they male or female? What kinds of trauma do we see? Is there trauma related to the time of death? Is there trauma related to a break in a bone, maybe 10 years prior? So that's what we're looking at. And we're also comparing it with antemortem or pre-death data. And that's really important too when we're talking about segregating commingled remains. So some of you will have had project briefs where we talk about, for example, the USS Oklahoma, where we had 392 bundles of remains, 13,000 bones, 5,000 DNA samples, and the average identification from there was pulled from 10 different unknown numbers and put together. And so that's a really huge component of our work as well, is figuring out, when everything is mixed together, how to unmix it to make that identification. We also look at chest x-rays. So that is most common in the Korean War conflict, where we're looking at tuberculosis screening, again, pre-death, and we're trying to match it up with the remains that we have. In this case, it would be your clavicles or your collarbones, your lower neck, and your upper back, where we're trying to make those comparisons. This is a method that we came up with because we were having a lot of challenges with getting DNA from remains from the punch bowl. No longer having those challenges, but whenever we have a challenge, we attack it from multiple angles, and this is one of those ones that we did. Forensic odontology, dentistry, so comparing our dental records that we have, again, for the person in life with what we have on the table. We don't have x-rays really for anyone prior to Vietnam conflict. So often if you're World War II, you're going to see written dental records, which can range from a really nice description and a dental odontogram or dental picture to some of our Oklahoma sailors and Marines whose dental records said, okay. And they weren't performed necessarily by a dentist. It might have been a physician, they're enlisting in, and that is what we have because all of their records were on the ship when it went down. So anything beyond that we didn't really have in the Oklahoma, so that affects also how we can do our jobs. Stable isotopes is relatively new. We're newly accredited in stable isotopes. And I won't go super into detail, but just to know that we're looking at the chemical composition of bone and teeth to talk about things like where we come from, where we lived as a child, what types of food we eat. And so that's a relatively new line, a new approach for us that we can compare to home of record. We can compare, again, if we were comparing someone who lived in Southeast Asia versus someone in America, we have very different diets. And so that can also be a component of the identification. So I'll walk really quickly through the identification process. There's a lot of information in here, and it can be potentially confusing. So I would encourage you, if there's something that I said that you thought, and we don't have time during the Q&A, just come find me. I'll probably be right out front. I love talking to people, much to my family's dismay. Every time we go somewhere, I know someone, and we're there for much longer. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you have. So this is a very old diagram, but I love this diagram. This is one of my most favorite ways to describe what we do. And so we take every type of evidence that we have and we overlay it, and that yellow is going to be our match to our individual to the exclusion of everyone else. You might not have all of those lines of evidence, but that is what visually depicted we're going to do, and then everything happens within our umbrella of quality assurance. So every single step that we're doing is a quality assurance check to make sure we are giving you the best results possible. So in the case that I'm going to present, these are the types of evidence that we had for this case contributing to the identification. And it is a Korea case, so the number at the bottom of the screen will walk you through how we got from approximately 7,600 missing down to 1, because that's what we're doing every time. We're taking whatever number of missing, and we're winnowing it down until we get to the 1. So 7,600 approximately missing in action from the Korean War. In mid-1950, over the span of a week, the 1st Cav Division engaged in this area, and then 71 soldiers are MIA from that engagement. So already you can see the power of that historical research, and I always tell our historian colleagues that they tee that ball up so we can hit a home run, right? They get us into that place and that time, and without that, we have to compare to 7,600, but now we can compare to 71. And that's the same whether we're talking about a project or a field recovery. We're always trying to get down to a smaller list for that comparison. So in this case, we had disinterment from the punch bowl. There's historical evidence of commingling. There it is. And then additional research leads to a pool of 11 individuals. So again, 7,600 to 71 to 11. I like that. We're getting smaller and smaller. Isotope analysis conducted, and it supports that there's only one person present, and it also supports the individual being from the United States, which is important to our entire picture. I am not going to talk about this because I am not an isotope scientist. Those are the isotope results. Then we have DNA evidence, and much like isotopes, you're going to get a great brief from Dr. McMahon. I'm not going to go into it too much. We used mitochondrial DNA, so from the mom's side, and that also helped tie the remains together, and it excluded 5 individuals from the historic shortlist, and then we were down to actually 2 people from the Korean War. So there's our 2. And then anthropological analysis will talk about how many of the people fit the profile. So there is our profile. And then there's some interesting information from the files on some stuff going on in the skeleton, some extra bony growth going on that's mentioned actually in a note in the file. So now we're down to 2. And then we have dental analysis that takes us just to 1 of those 2 individuals that match that dental profile. So we're walking through every time, and sometimes it's not linear like this. I always talk about it as it's generally linear, and we might do this throughout. We have to go back, we have to recheck. We might have to retest something and recheck, get a new dental comparison and recheck. And so we're constantly touching cases like that as they march through. And then here's just some more information about the dental comparison. Again, concordances in extraction, so when you have teeth pulled, and then restorations. And we also used the chest radiograph comparison and got that same match. So we have all of these lines pointing, again, to the same person. I'm going fast, Tim. I'm going. Okay. Like I said, if there's questions, I'm happy to answer them. So all of that being said, we also have a number of special projects, and actually the font is very small because we get more and more special projects. Special projects are a way that we can focus in on a specific loss or a specific vehicle, like a ship or a plane, and we can get that short list shorter from the beginning. And that helps us go and work with the service casualty offices to get smaller lists to collect family reference samples, and it helps the anthropologists to know how to do the comparisons, and it helps AFME's AFDIL for the DNA side. And so when we're talking about special projects, that is what we're doing. So for example, Oklahoma's not on here, but Oklahoma is an easy one for me to talk about, where we're talking about 429 people out of all of World War II, and we're starting with that smaller number right away, and that's what we're doing. And then we can go, for that case, to Navy and Marine Corps and get the FRSs collected and work from there. A lot of times, we have a lot of commingling. That's a fancy way of saying the bones are mixed together. And when we talk about these X files, a lot of times we want to think of an X file or an unknown as one person, and we find often that it is not. It may look like one person, but they are very, very mixed up. So our special projects are experts at tackling that problem. This is a really good depiction from Cabanatuan. And so actually you can see the colors are representing different people. And so a single accession, much like the Oklahoma, is containing 2 to 8 different DNA sequences. So they're really mixed up. For the Oklahoma, I often say they could not have done better mixing them up in the 40s if they had tried to mix them up. They were so evenly mixed up across the board. So that's one of the challenges that we have to tackle. Here they are, the USS Oklahoma, 62 caskets in 46 graves, and the average rate of commingling per bundle of remains, so single bundle of remains where there are multiple per casket, is 80% per bundle. It's a really high number. The first casket that we took out in 2003 as a test casket had 94 different mitochondrial DNA sequences, and that is a minimum because people can share a sequence. So for example, sequence 1 in the USS Oklahoma, most common sequence that we see, 25 people were in that sequence, and they were not all related. There's only one set of brothers. And so it becomes a very large problem to then sort out all of that. And then again, here's that pictorial example of the number of different sequences in a single unknown. Our projects might also be fragmented. We don't see that as much with the ship losses, but we do see it with aircraft losses. And so you might also have to handle that on top of all of the commingling. So we get success from work in the field, from really controlled spatial organization of our data. We get success from all of the historical research that goes into getting us to the right place at the right time. We always use multiple lines of evidence. You'll never see an ID where we just say, historically, you think the remains are him, so it's him. You'll see multiple lines of evidence every time. And then, of course, the success results from what we have ante-mortem, pre-death, to what we have post-mortem or after death, including the donation of those family reference samples that really helps our mission. So in 2024, we newly accounted for 172 individuals. And that concludes my presentation because the next slide says DNA analysis.
Before Dr. McMahon gets started, I have a quick announcement. The family of Marine Private Jack Haney, World War II, if you are present, please move over to table 4 to see Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. They don't allow me to stand next to the microphone. I tend to hit it because, I talk with my hands a lot. So I'm Tim McMahon. I'm the director of the DNA operations. As you heard, we are a partner to the DPAA. We've been partnered with them since 1991. Our parent organization is actually the Defense Health Agency. So I'm going to give you a little overview of who we are, sample selection, extractions, and types of DNA testing we do. Mind you, this is going to be at a very high level, because do I have any CSI fans out there? Yeah, I'm going to blow your mind. You know, we differ from your state and local crime labs. Anytime a new technology comes online, they retire their technology because they're asking a simple question. Who broke into my house? Who committed the crime? And I only need to do one test to do that. You're going to see we have to do fit for use. So we are located, as you can see, in Dover, Delaware, on the Dover Air Force Base. I do not have palm trees and sun, but I do have snow. So you're welcome to come see us at any time. As I already said, we've been partnered since 1990. We are the DoD's Human Remains DNA Testing Laboratory, so not only do we assist the DPAA, we do all current day losses as well. We are accredited. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. Dr. Brown did a good job. We are accredited to the same methods that your state and local and the FBI are accredited to, and we've been accredited since 1998. So at present, we report out 3,600 DNA analyses a year, but in reality, it's 7,200 because we have to do everything in duplicate because the DNA is so damaged that we want to make sure we're getting the correct answer. The time, as you know, ranges anywhere from 50 to 80 plus years. Our DNA, unlike your modern crime scene samples, are very damaged. So they're very low quality, and they have very little DNA in there. So modern methods don't work. We've had to optimize those, and I'll talk about that. At the end of my slides, I'm going to talk to you about a 9-year research project that we finally finished and brought online in January, and how it works. When we look at it, currently, from historical points, everyone heard we did maternal DNA. 1990s to 2010, we could only recover that mitochondrial DNA. 2010, we're able to start doing nuclear DNA. So that's the paternal side, anyone on the paternal side, or sons and daughters, we could do that. So we do 3 types of test. Now it's 4, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. When we think about what we're doing is we need to determine, is that sequence we're getting from that bone authentic, or is it a contaminant? And that's why we do everything in duplicate. But you have to think that modern technology is geared toward crime scenes that occur today. Okay, so we have to take those methods, we either have to develop our own or we have to optimize them. So when you hear out there that there's these modern methods, we should be using them, I'm going to convince you that we have to develop it as fit for use. You know, my grandfather used to yell at me when I was a kid when I was too lazy to go get a flathead screwdriver when I had a Phillips head, and I was like, it'll work, you know, and I stripped the screw, and then he'd yell at me, right? It's not fit for use. So we're going to move down that lines. When you think of a modern crime scene, the circumstances drive the DNA testing. When we deal with DPAA, it's not only the circumstance, it's what references we have available. So what was the loss? How long has it been? Has it been chemically treated? What references do we have on hand? So it's a combination of both the circumstances and what we have on hand that drives our testing methods. So we have to keep a flexible field for us. We're lucky. The sampling comes from the DPAA, and you saw Dr. Brown talk about all the different types of samples. You've seen the different bones. Over the past 45 years, and all the DNA samples and all the tests that we can do, they know what works for us. And so they will focus on those samples that can give us the highest results. Then we hit chemically treated samples, and everything's out. So we had to work with them to develop methods that would work with these chemically treated samples. When we think of, ideally, if I had my choice, I'd take those femurs, those weight-bearing bones. They're very dense. We get the DNA. I would take a molar. It would work. But sometimes we don't have that. So we had to develop methods. And these methods, in 2006, we had to develop a new method to dissolve the bone. Up until 2006, I couldn't dissolve the bone completely, so I was leaving DNA behind. And so only bones that worked heavy, the femurs and the big bones, worked. 2006, we published, we can get DNA from any bone now. And this has been published and it's been adopted worldwide. But we have to be flexible in our methods. And the reason for that is the DNA technology influences your success rate, okay? When we have DNA that's been in the field for 50 years, it breaks down, it gets smaller. And let's say that modern testing methods need 1-inch pieces of DNA. 65% of the samples that are coming from the DPAA are below 1-inch pieces of DNA. So we've had to develop new methods on that. Here's a perfect example. When we go modern DNA in crime lab, they get a tooth, they throw the tooth all into the blender cup, they grind it up and they extract the DNA. DPA may only recover 1 tooth from a crash site. So we don't want to dissolve that tooth, so we cut around the tooth, pop it open, drill out the inside, so that tooth can go back to the family. However, anytime we get a sample, we wash it. The first step is we use a high-tech tool called the Dremel tool. We sand it down, remove everything. We wash it with water. Then we wash it with basically grain alcohol, 100% alcohol, to dry it. Then we blend it and we dissolve it. But then after that, we have multiple ways to get the DNA purified. So think of a Brita water filter. You purify the water. We have multiple ways to do that. And it all depends. But the unfortunate thing is, I don't have a magic 8-ball. So I can't just say, give me the human DNA. So when I recover DNA, I recover all the human DNA, all the parasitic DNA, fungal DNA, all of that. So we have to figure out, how do we get the human DNA out of that? This is a busy slide. We're just going to talk about the red. Those are multiple extraction methods, or way do we dissolve the bone to get to the DNA. Most labs have 1. I have 4. And there's reasons for that, fit for use. For example, when the USS Oklahoma, you heard, when those remains came up, they had a lot of coal oil in them, which preserved them. But our new method dissolved the bone, and we put it through a filter, just like a Brita water filter. Well, unfortunately, the oil clogged the filter, and we lost the DNA. So we had to go back to the traditional method developed in the 50s to get the DNA out of there. So again, it's about fit for use when we're talking about getting DNA. If we didn't have that method on, we would not have been able to support the USS Oklahoma the way that we did, because we had gotten rid of it. So again, it talks about that fit for use. So we never take a method off online. Whenever we develop a new one, it stays there in case we have to go back to it. So DNA body, when we go into DNA, there are 2 types of DNA in your body. I want you to think of a computer hard drive. That big blue blob is nuclear DNA. That's the operating system of your body. You have 1 copy, half from your mom, half from your dad. And then the energy, the Duracell batteries of your hard drive, are the mitochondrial DNA. So 1 copy of nuclear DNA, hundreds of copies of mitochondrial DNA. So mitochondrial is maternal. Nuclear is the Y chromosome for the paternal side, or that half that you get from mom and dad that'll tell you how tall you're going to be or how fast you're going to go white, 26 years old. All of that's in the nuclear DNA, okay? So when we think about that, because of that, 2 types of DNA, I can do now multiple tests. Traditionally, we did mitochondrial DNA from 1991 till 2010. Then in 2010, we're able to do maternal DNA testing. We're able to do autosomal short tandem repeats, so basically paternity tests between the missing service member and their kids, or siblings and the brother. We could do the Y short tandem repeat test that told us if you were related through the father. And then in 2016, I've talked about next generation sequencing. That was the method we brought online for the cryochemically treated samples. But in reality, all of the World War II Cabanatuan samples have to go through it as well. And then we're going to talk about, big word, single nucleotide polymorphisms. Anyone done 23andMe or Ancestry.com? That's our version of the test, because the commercial test at Ancestry or 23 failed miserably and did not work with the samples that DPA gives us. So we had to spend 9 years to develop it. So I just talked about this. Mitochondrial DNA traces the whole maternal side, hundreds of copies. You heard about samples that have common sequences. That was looking at the maternal DNA at a very small portion. We now can actually look at the whole mitochondrial genome and distinguish people. So we brought that online, so we can actually narrow it down to a single individual with maternal DNA in these projects. However, we have the most references for this because that's what we started collecting, brothers and sisters and everything like that. So what it's great for is you heard that 94 DNA sequences in that first casket for the USS Oklahoma. We use mitochondrial DNA like a jigsaw puzzle, right? If I take all the border pieces out of a jigsaw puzzle, you're going to want to kill me because you're not going to put it together. So what we do is we use mitochondrial DNA to segregate out the sequences. That establishes our borders, and then we will use additional tests to make the identification. So again, Sanger sequencing, very quick, very fast. It traces the maternal line, and it establishes the borders and allows us to segregate commingled remains out very quickly. However, it did not work with chemically treated samples. So it took us 16 years in science and technology to catch up. So in 2016, we were able to determine that for the Korea punch bowl samples, that DNA was about a ½ inch long or 50 base pairs, which right here, you see there's nothing for a modern test. It's all right here for the chemically treated. So once we knew that, we could develop a method, and we were able to do that. And now, 65% of the time for a chemically treated sample, we can get a result. However, how do we do that? The right side is the science part. The left side is how Dr. McMahon explains it. I'm a jelly bean fanatic. Let's say all the black jelly beans are the human DNA, and everything else is bacterial, fungal, parasitic. And I told you to reach in that jar and grab me all the black at one shot. You wouldn't be able to do it. So what we did is we developed a bait, just like I put a plastic worm on a hook to go bass fishing. I developed a bait that binds to the human DNA, and on that bait there is a piece of metal. And now I bring those two together, I put a magnet there, and I pull the human DNA away from everything else, and then we can go and do our project. Again, this published and is being adapted around the world, and it has increased our success rates to, I said, initially when we brought this online, success rate was 24%. We're now at 67%. So, and this works for Cabanatuan or any sample. Now, you've heard, oh, there's modern methods. Why don't they use them? Well, these chemically treated samples, we work with the Max Planck Institute that does Neanderthal DNA research, and we're able to show, and this is just, the green is Neanderthal, the purple is DPA type samples. Guess what? These chemically treated samples are as damaged as 40,000-year-old Neanderthal DNA. So fit for use. We have to develop methods that allow us to do this. So this has increased our ability to support identifications. We've done 6,700 samples since 2016, and it's led to 476 first-time named, believed to be reports. That means that's the first time that sequence matches a reference and will support a brand new identification. 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to do this. So again, it does the maternal side right now, and it's in cases where we have no other form forward for DNA testing. So we do the whole genome, and it helps us to do that. So we're going to move to autosomal STRs. This is an identity by descent. Autosomal, mother, father, brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters are currently what our capability is. And it allows us to further segregate those common sequences. When we do it, sample selection and extraction method really does play a role. And so you can see here with Sanger, any sample I can get a mitochondrial DNA sequence out. But if I choose my organic extraction method, I don't have a great success rate. So we developed a new one. It's a different way. This inorganic is how we bind it to a column like a Brita water filter. And now all of a sudden, I have a whole lot more success rate with STRs. So for example, with the Kamanatuan sample, we had 0% STR success rate. We've gone back to those being chemically treated, and 18% of the time I can get a result now with this new extraction method. Fit for use, multiple ways to do things. STRs are great. That's what your state and local crime labs use, but we're restricted because brothers and sisters share 50% of their DNA with their brother and sister. Sons and daughters share half of their DNA. If I go out to a cousin, I only share 12.5% of my nuclear DNA with a cousin. So autosomal may not work. So again, fit for use, choosing what we need to do. So we then focus on the Y chromosome, which allows us to trace anyone on the paternal line. So you can see what we're doing. We're building that picture. Mitochondrial DNA to limit, then using autosomal or Ys to make the identification and provide that to the DPAA. So again, why STRs? They're great for that support of segregating out common sequences and supporting those identifications. The beauty of it is I can do math, and I can take the likelihood of the mito times the likelihood of the Y times the likelihood of the, and I can get large numbers like billions. It's billions times more likely. So that's how we support. So anyone is following the news know about cold cases, probably have heard forensic investigative genetic genealogy, how they're studying those. The first case was in 2018, the Golden State Killer. In 2015, knowing that NGS mito would only get us that, we could not use STRs on it because they were too big. We went out to the commercial and we said, hey, who can develop us the software and a method, and that method, regardless of your relationship, whether maternal or paternal, if you were within 4 degrees, first cousin once removed, great aunt or uncle, you now become a nuclear reference. You're probably saying, why did you put that parameter on it? Well, what you may not know is that every reference that I've collected since 1991, I still have on file. And 97% of those fall in that category. So as I bring on a new method, I can always go back to that existing reference, whether the person's passed away or not. So that's what they did. So what you're seeing here is this again, this outlines what 4th degree relatives are. The boundaries are, like I said, great aunt or uncle, first cousin once removed. First cousin once removed shares 3% of their nuclear DNA with their missing service member. But with our method, because we look at 95,000 markers, doesn't matter to us. They become a nuclear reference on that. So again, single, meaning one. Nucleotide is what builds DNA. Polymorphism is a big word for difference. Anyone done 23 in Ancestry.com, it's the exact same method they do, but it works for these 40,000-year-old type DNA samples. The reason we had to do that, modern DNA, nice long pieces. This is what you do when you spit in the cup and send it to 23andMe. This is our DNA. It doesn't really work with the modern, so we had to develop our own method. January of 2016, we started the first chemically treated mitochondrial DNA method, this next generation method. 9 years to the date, January 2025, we brought this SNP method online. So in less than a decade, we've brought on 2 of the largest advances in forensic science. So in January, we did the first 20 samples. And so these are samples that are chemically treated. They're all kinds, different, as you can see, from different conflicts that needed to be resolved using this new method. 19 of the 20 samples worked, far exceeding what I thought our expectation was going to be. But as you can see, for a Kabanatuan sample, where We had 2 individuals that had a common mito sequence. We couldn't get autosomal Y. We took the 95,000 SNPs, and you saw we got 94,000. And then this one was more damaged. We got just about 6,800 samples. The world's population in science geek terms, 8e to the 9th. So that's 9 zeros, or 8 billion. The statistic for that one bone, when we compared this bone to a second-degree relative, so nephew or niece, was e to the 3,385. It's that person. So this method we're very excited about. We're going to be the first lab in the forensic field to bring this online again, and it's going to start to resolve cases. The beauty of it is, remember I said, it works with 90% of the references we've already collected. So we already have them on hand. We just have to run it for it. So again, SNPs, the biggest thing is it will, for that one bone, be a positive ID. But then the magic that all of the anthropologists and DPAA does to pull all of the rest of the bones into it is how we work together to support an identification. So again, summary, DNA testing of human remains, when you look at it from current day to what we do, vastly different. If anything, remember, fit for use. You need the proper tool to make that identification, and you need multiple tools, right? My wife tells me I buy too many tools. You know, I got the 10, Phillips head screwdrivers that'll take me all the way down. Well, there's a reason I need those. Same thing here. So I know I went through a lot of this stuff fast. My email is up there. What I can promise you is if you email me, I will get back to you. It may not be the day, but I will get back to you. The slides are in your handout. I'm always outside. Thank you very much. I'm going to be followed by Rocky Gillette.
Good afternoon. My notes say good morning, but obviously we're a little past that. And I just want to say that if you were able to understand some of that, you're going to have no problem with what I'm going to talk about. And Tim does a great job, though. I mean, it's complicated stuff, and but it's very interesting. Wow, I am so excited to be here in beautiful California. Like Carrie, I went to college in California as well. Not Chico State, but Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Go Mustangs! And so I feel right at home here in Sacramento. Unlike Carrie, I did not graduate in 2006. More like 1976. So, good news. Time is of the essence. I'm standing between you and lunch. I'm going to go fast. And I revised my briefing to be shorter. And of course, I'm not an IT person at all. And I gessembled on my notes. So I did what probably most of you do when you have an IT problem. I called my kids. That my presentation's all messed up. Well, I think if it's good, it's because my kids came to the rescue. If it's bad, it's because I goofed it up. So we started our Partnerships and Innovation Directorate about 9 years ago. And back then we had 3 people and just a couple of partners. But because we have terrific support from our Principal Deputy Director, Mrs. Fern Sumter-Wimbush, and our DPA Director, Kelly McCaig, we now have over 30 hardworking and highly trained people on our PI team. Kevin Dalton from my team is here. And we have over 100 partners across the world. So I'm excited to share with you today some of the ways DPA is using our strategic partnerships and innovation programming to fulfill our accounting mission and to provide answers to you, the families of the missing. There's a lot to share. I'm going to move right along. I'm going to give you the wave tops, and I'm going to show you a pretty cool film that shows one of our innovation efforts with a partner. Next slide, please. Cool. So we've actually done so well in increasing our innovative use of partnerships that last year we completed our 200th partner mission, and we're closing in on 300. One of those partner missions shown here is the deepest underwater field activity that DPA has ever undertaken. We partnered with 2 world-class underwater archaeology and oceanography organizations for this recovery operation. They used highly technical dives using what are called rebreathers to excavate the site of a possible World War II aircraft crash located 295 feet deep in the Adriatic Sea. They could only have a small time at the bottom, and they had to decompress on the way up, but they were very efficient, and it was a very successful operation. This is an example of these kind of complex partner efforts we're doing, and demonstrate we're committed to partnering and innovation with the best partners in the world. Next slide. So actually, even just working with partners was an innovation. We weren't doing that as an organized way until just those 9 years ago. Today, again, we have a dedicated team of PI partnerships and innovation. We love our acronyms in DOD, right? So we have a dedicated team of partnership and innovation professionals who develop and harness strategic partnerships to help us in almost every aspect of our operations, which I'll talk about. In fact, partners specifically contributed to this FMU, this Family Member Update. I'll tell you more about that. On this slide, we see some examples of partners supporting DPA with both terrestrial and underwater field work. It's important to note that partners are definitely not just limited to field efforts. As I will touch on today, DPA has robust partnership efforts focused on strategic development, research initiatives, and innovation activities. And this slide notes some of the benefits that have come from partnering. Partners bring new and innovative technology, equipment, and processes. They offer terrific skills and experience that they have internally and developed over the years to complement DPA's capabilities and increase our capacity. And it's one of the unexpected results. We did know that we would find partners that have neat things, that have good experience. This field archaeology, the research, that has been resident outside of DoD for years. But there were some unexpected and really welcome additional benefits that came. As our partners and their volunteers supported us in this mission, they came to learn about the sacrifices of you and your family members. It really resonated with them. They became immersed in the stories of heroism and duty. It's really profound to see, especially the younger volunteers, as they learn about the ultimate sacrifice made by your family members. And as they learn about this, they become passionate about trying to support this mission. They volunteer repeatedly. They raise money to help pay for partner missions, and they bring us new ideas and suggestions so we can continue to improve. Right now, today, hundreds of partner volunteers and partner personnel are planning, preparing, executing field work, research projects, and other innovation efforts. I just want you to know that. Right now, outside of this room, outside even of DPA, there are hundreds of people who are supporting what you are concerned with, what you all about, and are trying to help bring your loved ones home. And they truly, it's remarkable how passionate they are about that. Next one, please. So our partner development program ensures we identify and work with qualified partners around the world. They bring, as I noted, outstanding resources, expertise, and cutting-edge technologies. And we do a lot of internal collaboration to make sure we find a partner who has skills and expertise that match the mission needs that our internal other stakeholders consider or bring to us. We consider the partner's location, specialized equipment, technology, and expertise. So, as I mentioned, we have, I mentioned all those partner efforts and the number of partners, but we're up to 120 active and developing partners across the country. We're always building the bench. We're finding more, and I'll talk about that in context, as a matter of fact. The Principal Deputy Director and I met yesterday with a field archaeology partner, Alta Archaeology, located in nearby Santa Rosa, California. And a great example, they've come with innovative ways to utilize retired archaeologists, bring veterans onto their teams, and in addition, they're working with us on a really neat innovation study to see if we can use mechanical screeners. You saw, I think, probably in the field team, et cetera, you see those folks spending hours screening, right? So if we can come up with a good mechanical screening apparatus, it'll save hours, reduce costs. And ALTA, this local California entity, is helping us with that. In general, another kind of a benefit that came, again, it's part of that learning about the mission and wanting to support us, our partners strive to save every penny on every operation. They really do. They cut it to a minimum. Many of them have created foundations like ALTA to raise funds to decrease their costs. It's extraordinary. They've reached out and tried to get state legislation to get money for their foundation to help them do this on their own initiative. We're trying to share this across, how they're doing this and what they're doing so they can learn from each other. So, and on average, partner missions result in cost avoidance compared to us doing it internally. And I do need to point out, this is not Partnership and Innovation Directorate operating in a vacuum. We collaborate with the scientific analysis folks very closely. We work very closely with our regional directorates as they tell us which cases they think could be done better with partners. Every part of the agency is involved. Logistics, IT, outreach and communications. Our lawyers get involved with permitting and other weird questions that come up as we work with partners around the world. And all of that, I like to say we have to internally partner if we want to successfully externally partner. And that's all integral to what we do. The next slide, please. So research, I think Carrie mentioned. Research is absolutely critical to DPA operations and many aspects of our accounting mission, to include family events such as this update. Our partners conduct, among other things, foundational research to support fieldwork, disinterments, and identification efforts. I keep giving you numbers, but it's a metric, and it does show the level of stuff. Last year, we partnered with 18 organizations on 81 research projects. Very robust research effort with partners. And many of these are long-term complex efforts. So that's what we can bring to the table. We can, as our folks focus on very specific cases, we can look at Hurricane Forest writ large and do a project to show where all the different losses were potentially, and things like enemy shoot-down records and how we can bring some new tools to go after that. And research is often an interdisciplinary effort. Our growing network of partners are continually evolving. That's one thing, too. They're out there thinking about new ways to do this. They generally have good research backgrounds, and they help us answer the toughest questions and advance more cases. A big part of our research effort is something we call the hub and spoke effort. And this was, in itself, a very innovative partnership effort. Another number, we have 19 universities participating, 16 in the hub and spoke. At each one of these institutions, we have a postdoctoral fellow, generally historical research, but we also have folks expert in archival research and data analytics and things like that. So we have this network of universities and other institutions. The World War II Museum participates in this. So they bring their expertise, they bring their institutions' resources. Sometimes the institutions have their own archives, Korea War records, different things that they're available to get to. University of Missouri, which is near the Truman Library, which has tremendous records. They have geospatial expertise, and they bring innovative technologies such as AI, right? We know that that's out there, and we're bringing it on board, and data analytics. We have a big data problem, right? You heard about all those IDPFs. I think there's over 380,000 from World War II alone. So we're trying to figure out how we can data mine, how we can become more efficient at getting to that data. Again, thanks to our principal deputy director, we had a huge digitization effort. You can't use AI if it's not digital information, right? Generally speaking. So moving that along. And for this family member update, Hub and Spoke Fellows help prepare over a half dozen case summaries for the briefings that are going on. One of those fellows was from University of Southern Mississippi, and others at East Carolina. Other universities include The Ohio State. One of my teammates went to The Ohio State, so I always put that "the" in there. Wisconsin, a great partner that's doing a lot of things with us. Texas A&M, amazing, robust effort that they're doing, where they get their Corps Cadets students involved. Just really cool stuff. So, next, please. getting back to field work. So our partners, our archaeology partners, conduct terrestrial field operations around the world. In 24, we did 33 terrestrial operations in 14 different countries. Partners did. And this just shows some of the different environments and some innovative techniques. The one in the top left is, I think that it's University of Illinois, Chicago. They're crossing a river in the Philippines, a very remote location. The one on the right is Geoscope Services. That's a United Kingdom organization. Really terrific group. They've done 5 or 6 missions. They bring in British vets who are just as gung-ho about this as you can imagine. And because they're in Europe, they're kind of pre-positioned. They can do often lower. They can do lower costs. And as I said, they've done about 6 missions. In the lower right is a partner team screening excavated material and local workers. They use our partners, and we do it too for organically, but they'll find local workers to help with some of that menial work, some of the digging and screening, so they can get more done faster. And here they're setting up what's called a coffer dam, which is a way to hold the water away from a wet site so they can get in safely and excavate. Next one. Okay, and our underwater partners also worldwide, 19 underwater missions last year, partner missions, 14 countries. And underwater has very unique requirements and challenges, so they actually end up being, as with terrestrial, and I mentioned the screening, for example, the mechanical screening, but underwater, there's a lot of innovative things that we can pursue. So this, that cool vessel there, the ship, it's actually a ship, that's a NOAA, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration research vessel, and we partnered with them to do autonomous underwater remotely operated vehicles searching a large area off of Alaska. Let's see, which one is this one? The one in the really murky water, I mean, that's pretty dangerous, right? And that's the kind of things partners are doing and going after. Partner involved with that has come up with a really neat invention of a remotely piloted vehicle with a camera and can get into the holds of ships. You just, you're going to put divers on a hold of a ship. You really want to know where you're going, and so this can help map it in advance. And the one in the bottom right, that was a deep water mission off Croatia, and we partnered with Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, preeminent underwater oceanography, archaeology, and the National Park Service. It was an underwater recovery of the Tulsa American, a B-24 that crashed in World War II. The PBS Nova television series did a documentary on this recovery. It's called The Last B-24. And you can Google it, and I think you have to pay a couple bucks on Amazon. But I think it's a really neat way to see how we work with partners and what they do. And that effort led to the identification of First Lieutenant Eugene Ford. So you might want to check that out, The Last B-24. The reason it was called The Last B-24, just really quickly, and why the plane was called the Tulsa American, it was built at the very large B-24 assembly plant in Tulsa. And the plane before the Tulsa American was supposed to be the last one. The workers went to management and said, we want to do one more on us. Don't even pay us. We'll do one more. So that's how that plane came to be named, and just an interesting aside about the efforts we made during World War II. Okay, next one. All right, just really quickly, you got a lot of science, but there's some pretty cool things we're doing to pursue innovative ways to increase our capability and capacity. One slide on the left there is something called pairs matching, and it used 3D images of different skeletal remains and compares them to see if they match. Then there's a 3D map of can you see it? It's an aircraft. That may have even been the Tulsa American. But so when you have that imagery, and it really helps, again, the divers to know where they're going, how they want to go about it. And then on the left, picture of 2 people looking at stuff, right? But yeah, it's an isoscopes study. And if Carrie, oh, and by the way, Chico State is helping with that isoscopes study. And the isoscopes, she couldn't explain it. I'm going to try, right? But basically, it helps you tell where remains are from. So you can tell if potentially using isoscopes analysis that remains are American as opposed to foreign. So that helps you when you've got these really commingled remains. So that's with good old Chico State. Okay, so next we're going to do a really cool video. It's an underwater innovation initiative. This is from a 2-day underwater investigation off the coast of Hawaii. We worked with Ocean Exploration Trust and, again, NOAA to detect potential anomalies located on the seafloor. This site was I think it was 1,500 feet, way too deep for humans. So we used 2 remotely operated vehicles for the investigation. So if you could roll the video, please.
10 meters, slightly off dead ahead.
Yeah, that's looking significant.
And we should be just approaching the large target now.
This is interesting. Okay, that is, this looks like the main wreckage.
Yep.
Yeah, roger.
Sites like this tell a story. It's the location of a tragedy, very likely a spot where service members lost their lives.
You can definitely tell that's the glass cockpit. You can see the reflection of the LED lights in it.
Yep. Service members lost in conflict and combat leave behind friends, families, and, all too often, a mystery of their last resting place. Over 41,000 Americans are presumed lost at sea all around the world. This mission is in partnership with an organization called the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, a division of the Department of Defense charged with providing the fullest possible accounting for military personnel lost while performing their duties.
Our interest is archaeology, but the main task here is to evaluate this site for the possible loss of 2 people on board. That means we're combining a number of aspects to understand this site.
Partnering with organizations like the Ocean Exploration Trust provides the DPAA a unique avenue to explore deepwater areas. EV Nautilus is equipped with advanced technologies to fulfill this mission, including remotely operated vehicles, acoustic mapping sonars, and telepresence capabilities that allow scientists to participate in the mission from anywhere in the world. For this mission, we're working on a site located more than 1,800 feet deep. We're using acoustic sonar and remotely operated vehicles to investigate the site in an effort to correlate information about the wreck and, if possible, provide conclusive evidence of who was lost.
There has to be correlative evidence to point that it is that specific site. The data plates could certainly help with that, but that doesn't guarantee that we will make the correlation.
Wow. Now can we...
Something Aeronautical Corps.
It says Wright Aeronautical,
Wright.
W-R-I-G-H-T.
A project like this takes hundreds of people, thousands of hours, and a lot of recommendations. We were very lucky that we've had some other really competent teams like OET go out and look at it for us.
Archaeological field surveys like this ultimately aim to bring home any possible physical evidence recorded as part of this mission. This is only one step in DPAA's thorough case progression, which involves teams of experts in various fields, including forensic anthropology. Thousands of hours of archive and laboratory research and hundreds of people work on a case that may make a determination possible. Once DPAA makes a positive identification, a message is sent to their respective service member casualty office, who then notifies the family that their loved one is accounted for. It is an honor and a privilege to be part of this journey. Learn more at dpaa.mil, where updates about this site and hundreds more around the world are announced.
So, as you've seen through our partnering efforts, we're expanding our capabilities and capacity across all of the agency's operations. And I just realized in preparing this that this photo is showing our partner Alta, that organization right up the road in Santa Rosa, doing a field recovery in France or somewhere in Europe, I'm not quite sure. And again, the principal deputy director and I met with Alta just yesterday to discuss future efforts and how we can even do more with them. And they're helping us to work with UC Davis to do field work. UC Davis has some terrific archaeology capabilities. So that's how the partners kind of leverage each other and expand. All of our partner missions are aimed at, all of our partner efforts are aimed at supporting our mission to account for your loved ones. Our partners truly share this commission, this commitment. I have on my desk a note from a young student who did a field effort, a partner field effort, and she noted, and she mentioned in her note, that it was a life-changing experience that she'll never forget. I pull it out and I'm having a bad day. Our partners, so ultimately this work is about providing answers to you, the families, and to the nation. Thank you for your time until they are home.
At this time, we'd like to have a question and answer period for you. If the presenters can come back up to the front, please. And like we had for the remembrance ceremony, we will also have some of our military members with microphones throughout the audience. So if you would just raise your hand, they'll come to you, we'll call on you, and you can ask your question. We're still missing a couple folks. We're still missing a couple panel members. Dr. Berry, you coming up? Lieutenant Colonel Smith? Right here. The other Smith. Both of them. We have two Lieutenant Colonel Smiths. Okay. All right. Okay, Dr. Bracken. Okay, first question. Who wants to go first? Go ahead.
Instead of a question, I want to start by saying thank you. This is, we are learning that this is a huge effort to gather information about people we love, and some of which is close to impossible to find. So, thank you.
Yes, sir?
So I may cheat a little bit and ask two questions. So in the case of my uncle, it's a B-24. There's the pilot and there's 9 crew members. When would the families be notified of anything? When the aircraft is found, or when a determination has been made? Because you can look on the pieces of equipment and see the serial numbers and know exactly what the aircraft is that was there. When would families be notified about a discovery of their?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll take this question. So we would make, in terms of the identification portion, we would identify as soon as we knew. So we would not wait
for DNA.
No, we would use all of the means of identification possible, but we would not wait for all of the crew members or all of the remains. As soon as we know that we have someone with scientific certainty, we'll make that identification. They'll go through the Service Casualty Office. Okay. Your question about being notified about the site is a little bit different, and I would encourage for that to always be in contact with your Service Casualty Officer. They can reach out to us on the lab side or the agency side and help you give updates. We don't normally push those kinds of updates out, but that's something you can actually work with them.
I'll talk to them about it. Yeah. And the second one is on it's around September 17th, 2023. I was at the American Cemetery in Cambridge, England, and I was witnessing the start of a ceremony about a recovery of some remains from a B-17 that had crashed. And I guess it was an amazing explosion or something, and they were still collecting remains from that. Were you part of that? Does anybody?
Lieutenant Colonel Smith, you want to?
It was a World War II, obviously, I think so.
B-17s, yeah.
I think we would need a little more information
Okay.
about what it was. I will say that if it's a World War II recovery, the evidence would be accessioned to our lab in Nebraska. That's where it would all come. And I do know that we have evidence from the UK, but I can't speak specifically
And the ceremony
to that.
was to bury some of the crew that had finally been discovered. I was told by the director of the cemetery that this had been going on for quite a number of years. So pieces. I was impressed with the sustainability of the search at the time. So that's why I was asking the question.
Yeah, we don't give up.
We don't
We're
give
all
up.
very stubborn.
Perfect.
We do not give up.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
First, I just want to say, let's hear it for science. Come on, come on. Give it up for science. And may you continue to be well funded. I'm a scientist, a geneticist, actually. But I had another question, which was, in locating, so you started your presentations today talking about, okay, we know there's a site, and here's what we have to do to get to it and get it set up. My question was, are you also making use of, in finding, locating sites, are you making use of the really remarkable archaeological from space geolocating to get coordinates for where you're going?
We do when it is supportive for a site. One of the challenges that we face, for example, in Southeast Asia and much of the South Pacific is that a lot of those areas are under very dense jungle cover, and a lot of those global satellite-based imaging can't penetrate that canopy. So we still have to get feet on the ground to validate the location, the site, that there's something there for us to excavate. We use what technology we can, but at the end, a lot of times the very best technology we have is the human eye and the human brain. Great question, thank you.
Yes, sir? Wait for the microphone, if you could, please.
Is there a website somewhere where you list the projects that you are attempting or considering? This is a project I don't even know if it's considered feasible, but I'm talking about recovery of any information from a sunken warship in World War II. I've read that my uncle's ship, the USS Astoria, that was sunk in the Battle of Savo Island, was discovered on the bottom in 2015, but it's at about 2,800 feet, and so I'm wondering if that's beyond the scope of any of the activities that you engage in.
So I'll answer the first part, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Berry. The DPAA website does have some information on the projects that are being worked. So if you picked up one of the information cards that we were handing out after the poster unveiling, on the back it's got a QR code for our website, and you can visit the website and get more information on the various different projects.
All right, my name is Katrina Bunyard. I'm a historian on the World War II team, and I primarily work underwater losses. And I can answer the second half of that question regarding what is possible for ship losses. So there is an act called the Sunken Military Craft Act that was enacted in 2004 that has several provisions, but the key ones for us are that ships are considered sacred and final resting places for their crews when they are lost in combat, and they are the property of the United States Navy. We do work with History and Heritage Command on other losses, and we do track these cases. But the second proviso that we also deal with is it is the Secretary of the Navy's policy that human remains not be removed from warships unless they are under imminent threat. So between those things, we generally do not do recoveries on warships in compliance with existing laws. But we do work with NHHC. We try to get as much information as we can about ships as they are discovered, and we do track them closely, and we do monitor them for threats. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you for asking it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Ruth Tucker, and we're here for my brother, Albert Estrada. I have a question from Dr. Brown. This is like the fourth or fifth briefing I've been to, but when you showed the skeleton on the picture, is there a percentage that you decide is enough for you to make a positive identification? The last time I was here, one of the scientists said they put the bones together, and there was a little bone and there was a bigger bone, and she said that had to be a child. And then all of a sudden she said, but we had enough, so we identified that person by DNA. Is there a percentage that you look for?
I love this question. Because I do. I mean, we're talking about bones, first of all. So, no, there is no percentage. And I think that's sometimes really hard to conceptualize. I'm actually working on an ID right now, and the service member will be ID'd with part of a hand bone and 2 teeth without the roots, because we have enough evidence that got us to that place. So we could have a whole skeleton, we could have from head to toes all 206 bones, or we could have a single tiny bone. And all of that, and the ability to make the identification, is based on how much of those different lines of evidence we have and how strong each one is. We could have a single tooth, and AFME's AFTIL will give us a nuclear statistic that it's 188 billion times more likely, and that's good. That's really good. That's good enough for us. And so we could also have an entire skeleton, and maybe we can't get DNA, or we can't figure out who it matches. So there is actually no percent. And much like the first question, as soon as we know it's that person, we're going to move forward on that identification. We aren't going to wait. We know that you've all waited a very long time already. We won't continue to wait, and sometimes you might get more remains later if we find more. So we've had cases with a single cranial fragment. That was the identification, and then later, through disinterment, the rest of the body came in, and we found that it fit that cranial fragment, and then we sent the rest of him home, too.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
All of you.
Yes, sir, over here.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of my uncle, who is missing and a POW in North Korea. This is a question, DNA question in particular. I believe that both of my uncle's brothers submitted DNA samples. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of other family members donating DNA samples, or is it just direct siblings or parents or children of children?
So that's a great question. Again, up until January, when we brought on that single nucleotide polymorphin, or SNP assays, our traditional testing was the maternal or mitochondrial DNA, autosomal short tandem repeats, so that's brothers and sisters for siblings, mother and father, or sons and daughters for paternity type, and then the Y chromosome that makes us male. So brothers give us 2 types of references already. Sisters give us, or brothers give us 3, sisters give us 2, and then we'll take whatever other references we can. So it's a hierarchy for every individual case. Now, with the new method that we bring online, the SNPs, it allows us to go where we potentially only had a maternal reference, and there was no brother, there was no Y chromosome, and the service member wasn't married. We can take that maternal and turn it into a nuclear test. So really, we look to have 2 maternal, 2 paternal, the Y, and that'll cover us for everything we do. And if we've collected, so since 1991 when we started collecting references, I have over 31,000 references on hand. I still have 31,000 references on hand that I can go back to. We store them. And so great question. It's a case by case and what we can find for genealogy, but we like to get at least 2 references on each side.
Any other questions? Over here, ma'am.
Oh. My question is, if you find remains but cannot identify them with the family, what happens to those remains?
So the question is, if we can't find remains, but we can identify them, or if we can't identify them?
If you can't.
If we cannot identify them, well, as I mentioned, we're very stubborn. So we do not give up. So I have cases all the way back to the 90s that we are still working on solving, and every year something new happens where we can try and figure it out. So they stay with us, and we keep trying all the new different methods to try and make that identification.
So that's why it's important for the DNA to keep getting better.
Yes, and important for new methods. It's important for the historians to keep digging, finding new documents. It's important for us to keep going out in the field and finding all the new different kinds of information that we can. And so we routinely scrub cases too. So from where I sit, I'm a case manager in Nebraska, and every single case that I manage gets touched on average every 6 months, which is about the amount of time you need to get a new DNA test or maybe a new reference. And so we're constantly just going through that process.
Well, thank God for you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we had some questions over here. One in the back, and then, sir, you up front here. We'll get a microphone to you.
Hello, yes, just a general question about how you engage other countries with respect to obtaining samples from DNA, from archaeologists, for example, the European theater, Italy. Do you have protocols on how you engage those countries? Do they contact you in advance when they're doing their own research to connect the dots?
So is the question, so we can make sure we get the right person to answer it, is talking about if we find remains, for example, in a European country, and if they're not American, or collecting DNA samples from European, how?
Right.
Yeah.
Like the Italians, for example, if they're doing archaeology, how will they know to contact you with respect to a certain area that was
I see.
under assault or what have you?
So I'll start with it, and then we can let some of the scientists follow up. We have, as Mrs. Sumter Winbush mentioned, we've got relationships with 46 countries across the world. And in most of those countries, we have worked with them to get agreements in order for our teams to go in and either investigate or excavate. So that also extends to if we find remains that are of another country's origin, we have processes in place to be able to repatriate those remains back to them. And then I'll turn it over to the scientists for the second
Many
part.
countries also have processes by which we review remains before they even leave the country. So those would be a joint forensic review process where our scientists and that country's scientists get together and decide if the remains can even leave. Sometimes that's based on preemptive DNA testing where we actually have to send a sample in and get results that indicates consistent. Sometimes it's a dental match, sometimes it's circumstantial. The remains are buried in American year, for example. So we do all of that in country. Another really big part of the scientific side of things is actually working with our scientific colleagues in these other countries to train them to know what an set of American remains might look like. So a lot of us have been involved in these training efforts with various countries and actually showing them what we're showing you today, how we do our process, what it looks like, so that maybe when they find remains and they recognize that they're not their service members, will actually work directly with them. And a really good example of that is South Korea has an entire agency that is designed after DPAA. So they do the same exact thing.
Okay, we had a question over here. If you can get a mic to him, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your service and your commitment to us, the families of the fallen. 2025 marks the 22nd year that I have been coming to these FMUs, and I am greatly impressed with the evolution of the science and the skill sets and the equipment used for recoveries. My question is specific in particular to water-based recoveries, which when I started this did not exist. And we learned in our individual breakout session that there was one performed at 290 feet of depth, and there was a recovery done. So I'd like to have a little bit more detail about how that was executed, the equipment used, the personnel, the skill sets, and partners in that endeavor to bring those service personnel home.
All right. So the technology varies for a given depth, as you said. At 290 feet, what country was this loss in? Yeah.
No, the one you're talking to, 295.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, then I'm thinking about the right case. So in that particular case, we worked with the Navy Experimental Diving Unit, which is equipped with what is called a saturation diving platform. And what that is it's in a habitat, a pressurized habitat that's on the deck of the ship. And then so the divers, military divers, part of the Navy, live in that ship, or live in that habitat when they're not on the bottom, and then they're transported to the bottom in a pressurized habitat to seafloor. So the beauty of this is that it allows them to stay basically at that pressure depth without having to stop constantly for decompression stops. Because that site is technically accessible with technical diving, like rebreathers and stuff, but you do not get a whole lot of time on the seafloor. With the saturation diving, you get a lot more time on the seafloor, and that's why we used it for this particular case. It was the first one that it was ever used, and the divers wore cameras on their helmets, which allowed the scientific recovery expert to direct the excavation and also evaluate wreckage. They were able to take some to the surface for cleaning and analysis, and then of course they were able to remove remains to the surface. Typically, for excavations, we use Venturi-style dredges, and those are pumped into, we call them catchment basins. They are really big boxes lined with quarter-inch mesh, and as they rise to the seafloor, that prevents any material from being lost because they're sealed up really tight, and allows the water to go through, so it gets rid of a lot of other smaller particulates, but keeps the important stuff. And then on the surface, we use wet screening, so that goes through a wet screening process. Basically, we have screens set up, and then water flow comes down, and then we go through the sediment and locate any material that is of interest for the case. Possible human remains, possible osseous material, material evidence, any sort of correlative data. And that is how we proceed with those excavations. And that is one of the more crazy sites you will do, because saturation diving is pretty hardcore. But yeah, I hope that answered your question. That was the Navy Experimental Diving Unit that we did with one of our organic SREs.
Okay, sir, you had a question back here?
Thank you. What can we do to ensure that your budget will be maintained?
Test. Okay, there we go. So one thing you can do, as we talked about earlier, is just stay in touch with us, right? Stay in contact. But I will tell you that back in 2022, 3-ish, we endeavored to have our budget increase to the level that it is today. And so right now, we are at max capacity with regard to our funding. We don't have any more teams that we can execute any more budget. So all of the work that has been done up until this point has put us in a good situation. In fact, it's so good that when the continued resolutions happen, when the CRs happen, and this one is about to expire in, I think, 17th of March, even with the CRs, because the CR amount of money that we get is based on last year's money, and last year's budget had already been increased, when we get this year's money, we're at the right levels. So right now, we're good.
Yes, sir. If you can wait for a microphone.
Okay, so here's my pitch, mostly for Rocky. Are you open to suggestions for location? I have a deck here about my uncle and his crew, and it's based on some data, significant data. I think I know where he is.
So I'm not dodging the question. It's a great question. Partnerships and Innovation takes the projects from the regional directors. Okay. So you would please make sure that through the Surface Casualty Office and the regional director, that information has been passed along, and then they'll look at it. Now, we work very closely, and we're more and more involved in site selection where we think a partner is the best opportunity to work with them to clarify that.
So, argumentally, a B-24 was recovered in the North Sea about 2 years ago. It was discovered by some scuba divers. It wasn't his, but again, it was recovered, and so it's possible to find other B-24s. But I've actually triangulated a number of potential spots based on some things. Anyway, I was just wondering if it was worth even bringing up to anybody.
Go ahead. No, you, European Mediterranean Deputy Director.
Yeah, it always is. We're happy to take all information wherever we can get it from and look at that and review it. So please, yeah, don't ever feel, and this goes to everyone out here for any kinds of issue. If you think that there's some way that you can help us, please do so. Thank you.
I'll be meeting with Chris in the afternoon. I'll try again through him, see what happens. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Going once. Over here? Yes, sir.
Let me add my thanks to all your teams for the work you guys do for us. My name's Toby Anderson. I'm here for Colonel Herman Anderson of the United States Marine Corps. Looks like he died on the Brazil Maru. Your team's found his nephew, my dad, and we sent in a FRS. And I got 2 questions about that, an admin one and a technical one. Admin, how do we know that you received the sample? And then, and that it was a good sample that we sent in. Hopefully we did a good cheek swab on my dad. And then secondly, would any other DNA samples from his descendants, my generation, be helpful, or is my dad's gonna be enough for you?
So I'll take the second question first. That's case by case. I'll stop after the question answers and talk with you on that one. That's where we've encouraged people to come out to our table. I've met with a lot of you this morning, verified what references we had on hand and what we may need based on the testing. To the first question, when we received the sample, we sent a letter of receipt to the donor directly, but then also we enter that into our computer system that then lets the appropriate service casualty office know that we have that as well.
Okay, any other questions? All right, well, thank you for your questions. If you think of anything, either after lunch, during lunch, after you get home this evening, please feel free to contact your service casualty officer and pass that information, that question to them, and they will get it to us so that we can follow up. When we return from lunch, we're going to have the conflict-specific breakout sessions. The World War II families will gather in this room. The Korea and Cold War families will gather in the Folsom room. Vietnam War families will meet in the Brandywine room. So we'll break for lunch, and if you could be back